7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome in to 101 ESPN. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkett, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour, Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos, and Chairman Kurt is standing by to take your phone calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Martin, I think we have a Jim Dandy lined up for the people of the St. Louis metropolitan area and all our friends streaming around the world.
It's a big in-studio Thursday.
Yeah.
If you'd like to come by, you're going to have to do it soon because in the 8 o'clock hour, Joey Vitale.
Fire up, CB, fire up.
I think he is just avoiding his family. He's got like 18 kids.
He does.
And
yet some of the tykes.
Yet he's going to be here in studio, 8 to 9. We might even talk hockey. When Joey's around, you don't know. We might get to some hockey. A lot of random. I don't want to tell him this to his face, so I'll say it cowardly now.
Right, that's the right way to do it. Maybe do it from a burner on social media.
Somebody texted the other day, and they said Joey is Cliff Clavin. And I think it's a compliment. He's got a lot of great stories. So he's here in the 8 o'clock hour. Josh Schertz, and I don't know him well, was around him a couple times when they hired him. But he's unbelievable in terms of engagement. If you ever tweet, hey, I just interviewed Coach Schertz, or he's going to join me later, it immediately gets retweeted by his account. And I'm like, oh, he's got a guy. Yeah, he's got a guy. And I found out, no, that's him.
That's really him.
He tweets and retweets. He retweeted that he'd be here today.
How about that?
So Billiken fans, Joey V fans, Blues fans, text in your questions, and we'll put them into the dossier. Yeah, which is
exactly right. Yeah, I'm looking forward to talking over with the Billiken head coach at 9 o'clock, and, of course, Joey Vitale, friend of the program. And Jackson has lined up an incredible dossier here.
It's pink.
For today, Jackson. Martin, you print out the dossier?
Well, he does for me. It's part of the alliance. I have papers prepared. I have papers prepared for me.
Printing privileges.
In the YouTube chat, there are two different YouTube chats. Are they warring factions? Chairman Kirk kind of monitors social media for us. He's not Doug's prison wallet, who is the official social media monitor of TMA. Chairman Kurt, how are the YouTube chats? There's a 101 ESPN YouTube chat where people can watch the program, and then there is a TMA STL YouTube chat that usually has about 2.5 times the number of the 101 ESPN.
I wouldn't say they're warring by any means.
Uh-huh.
I think they're just two separate entities, just kind of existing in their own planes.
Enter the trolls.
Jackson just insinuated with that drop that it's troll-filled, is it?
No, I don't think so. I think it's... I
Was
think
that a
there's
drop
some trolls.
Just for a drop's sake? Was that a drop for drop's sake?
In a way, I think anytime you have a public forum that takes place online, trolls are kind of attracted to it, much like a mosquito to light.
Like a moth to a flame.
Yeah, exactly.
Burned by the fire. Janet Jackson. Think about that. And that was Jennifer Lopez's debut. That's the Way Love Goes. Was that 1990?
Let's see. That's late in the show, I think.
I'm going to say 92 to get me 91 and 93. That's the Way Love Goes, and Jennifer Lopez is in there dancing around.
1993.
Yeah, shipped it.
Wow.
Yep. 1-0 on the day, Martin. Many more
Kurt's
weeks
pretty
to
quick
come.
on the draw over there.
Yeah.
I can't see him because my back is to him.
And I'm also not sitting on my phone books today. Somebody stole them.
Wow.
I know I had to boost the camera up.
Just hide things in MFer.
Yeah.
It'll change.
I like to...
Of a spurt.
And that's when you go back to the U-High and you get what's yours. You get your comeuppance.
I think you still
Coming
have
for you, Kornfeld.
You still have eligibility, I think.
I think I do.
Pretty
I
sure.
certainly do at Missouri since I haven't graduated. Hey, how about this? Jackson's Awful Dossier is in the TMA YouTube chat. And he says, hey, guys, thank you for a great first couple weeks and for everything you all do for us darn listeners. Have a great day. Take care of yourself and each other. That's from Jackson's Awful Dossier.
Wow, that's a new one.
Yeah, that's a good name. I think it's just a name, though, because the dossier itself is fluid. That's how we've always described it, as fluid. It's not awful, it's fluid.
There's been an update. The opening segment is no longer general banter. It's now quality banter.
Yeah.
What about light vamping?
Light vamping, usually in the back half of the hour. I like to go into light vamping and even into stretching, and I'll give you guys... And I'll give you guys like the 4 sign, like you need to cover 4 minutes because the comedian coming after you is like 35 minutes late.
I disagree with the order of the dossier, but since now I am in the minority, I have minority representation on this program, I think the Wilson Contreras thing's the lead.
You know, that was the lead up until about a half hour ago.
And what news changed it?
Nothing. I just had something in my gut.
Good. That the Warriors win in
Do you guys
Boston.
all go to the same school?
What are you talking about? The producer school?
Yeah, they learn to dance a little bit, but the dance doesn't really go anywhere.
Yeah, they use their hands on us. When we ask questions, we don't get straight answers.
I actually disagree with Tim. I think the lead is listed here in segment 7-3, Jackson. So now we 7-3.
We've gone 7-3.
Says Heim Bloom will play third.
Martin hacked into the dossier again.
No, I did not do that.
That wasn't your work?
No.
I wrote that.
So now you're doing material.
Well, if everybody
in this alliance, Chairman Kurt, we got to really strengthen our alliance. We're kind of the Big 12 up against the SEC.
I'm ready.
Well,
I'm BYU.
If any veteran player can just play wherever, why not put Mr. Heim?
Oh, it was a joke. Okay.
Also, it's material.
I thought we had news.
Well, Heim Bloom.
All of the updates, by the way, are probably news to Heim Bloom, who thought he was in charge. He's finding out otherwise. I also tweeted out that Mozeliak is the GM to clarify, because these are the GM meetings going on.
Right.
Michael Gersh is now
a vice president for special projects. I don't know if that was a promotion or not.
And Rob Cerfolio, hired from Guardball, is now the assistant GM, which begged the question, that's great, who's the GM? And I said, it's actually this year, it's John Mozeliak. The responses were not real kind. Really?
Good morning.
Hello, welcome to the program. Who is the president of special projects if we have a vice president?
That remains unclear.
Right.
That remains unclear.
Chairman Kurt, you're raising your hand.
If elected, I will serve.
Oh,
wow.
he's willing.
He does tribute.
We've been in an election cycle. I think you missed the chance to hop in there, throw your hat into the ring. You guys are wearing hats.
Well, I've got an ugly head and bald, so that's my reason.
And you got a laser cap on?
And Jackson wears a laser cap, and I'm telling you, he has more hair now than when he started with the show 5 years ago. Look at that.
That is true. Yeah, that is
looks
true.
good, buddy.
Yeah.
No, it's good. I have very light hair. It's very light blonde, and also, of course, pale skin.
Right.
So
The pale, you're called?
that's right.
That's one of the many Piddles, Libby Jack.
Yeah.
Am I leaving anything out there?
A couple more, but we don't need to get into all that.
The listeners will remind us in the Air Comfort
certainly.
Service text line.
Why don't you have your own pale ale by one of the great beverage companies?
Not a bad idea at all. Banty Brew out there, though. You can, my hair, the scalp is so light and the hair is so light that any kind of thinning hair is really accentuated because my scalp kind of matches my hair.
If you had dark hair and then you had a contrast with a pale scalp, it would stand out more.
Yeah, I hear.
As
I
somebody
hear that.
who lived that, I can tell you that.
All right,
I was thinking that, but I didn't want to disagree.
Yeah,
with
because you guys are in
Jackie.
alliance.
I think both can be true. I think either way.
Both can be
Both
true.
could be true.
That's
Boy,
the
this
new
is-
thing.
Producer Joe's probably sitting there with a soft cow listening to like,
Both
you're all
can be
grown up,
true.
you're all grown up.
One of my pet peeves is when people say, well, to your point, everybody answers questions now, to your point. I heard one yesterday, and it might have been political. I honestly don't remember. Somewhere on the radio. And the person said, to my point. I'm like, hold on
my
now.
point.
Hold on, now you're crediting yourself.
To my
and I said,
point.
how did Tim not invent that?
Yeah, exactly.
To my
That
point.
sounds like a tweet from me in 2011.
To my point.
Jackson's critical of my Twitter account. He says it's a GIF depot. I'm not really active. You are active on the Twitter tweets. I am not.
I use it for promotional vehicle for sure. Like, say, coming up, I did it with the Josh shirts. In all seriousness, if you're a SLU fan, you don't want to wake up on Friday and say, oh, I didn't know he's going to be in studio. So I try to use it for that. A little bit of tidbits on occasion, news and tidbits. And every once in a while, I'll try to material. Sometimes it falls flat, Tim.
I'm a good follow on Twitter. I'm a good follow on Facebook.
There's our WWE
Thank you, Larry.
Recap Wrestling correspondent, Larry
We've
Nickel.
already done that this week, haven't we?
Yeah,
Did we take care
unfortunately,
of
so
that?
we don't have it again until
Okay.
Tuesday. Chuckles Marlowe, your cohort at the Two Fox, he was, and still I think is, a big proponent of the Twitter tweets as opposed to Facebook. And with this program, we have a fan page. It initially was not ironically named, that is on Facebook, which we invite people to join in, and Jackson does a wonderful job of moderating it. It's the TMA fan page on Facebook. It's private. It's kind of like St. Louis Country Club in many ways. But if Jackson lets you in, you get to partake in the discussion. And Chuckles said he thought Twitter was better for interacting and promoting. What do you think,
Well,
Martin?
Facebook is more prominent than Twitter. Twitter is certainly where sports people hang out. I mean, especially sports media. It's sort of the outlet. I don't know. I don't know enough about Facebook. I know it's kind of big. I guess it's here to stay. But on occasion,
That's a take.
on occasion,
That was a Chairman Kurt Instagram post.
my wife will say, "Oh, it's your friend Steve's birthday." I'm like, "It is?" And she's like, "Oh, your friend Bob is in Europe." He is? I never know it. Facebook.
Facebook.
I
see?
feel like Facebook's more like a postcard. Everybody's kind of like
I don't
letting
think
you know where they
it
are.
started that way. I mean, it kind of predates Jackson's time in college. I think it got big in the mid-aughts, and then it was open to people who weren't in school. And now it is labeled as something, Jackson, for the olds. Is that fair to say? As a 26-year-old, you view it as something for the olds?
It's borderline the community Christmas card, updates on how good the kids are doing, a couple pictures here and there, and then you say to yourself, what's the difference between this and the Christmas card? There really isn't one.
How about that?
The
Jackson
community
just
Christmas
soiling
card.
Mark Zuckerberg's product.
Well, at least for like my demographic. Like I'm sure.
Where do you guys go to brag?
The Gram. Are you on the Gram?
Gram, TikTok, a
And
little
then
bit of Twitter.
Jackson's really big on this LinkedIn thing. That LinkedIn
I'm
is.
not on it.
Are you trying to leave?
But like LinkedIn is like a place to brag.
It's the zenith of bragging.
Wow!
It is where
God, that is
it's the
something.
Mecca.
It just shows I'm just so detached from social media, which I have to tell you I'm very proud of. But Martin, if you're on it, then maybe I should be on it. I don't know.
Well,
But you're not on Facebook and you're not on Instagram, right?
No, and
you're
I
just a
need-
Twitter. It's all this Two Fox guys. You and Chuckles Marlowe.
Well, there's only so much time in the day to be on so many outlets. You could always use the old email to promote your product. Instead of Facebook or LinkedIn, the back of your college magazine, the Mizzou have a monthly magazine, and Alma Mater probably does.
Yeah, a lot of graduates,
So
I don't get
Marquette
it.
puts out this magazine, and always in the back, it's kind of a news and notes. And it'll say, little Chimmy got a new show or what.
Well, my dad sends this to the Marquette. I have no ties to the Golden Eagles.
The point is they would highlight, so-and-so was a 1990 grad and now he's a senator in Vermont. Oh, that's kind of cool. It is interesting. But on occasion, you can tell the person sent it in themselves. And it'd be like, Jackie Anderson, class of 84, promoted to assistant office manager. And you're like, oh, well, that's kind of cool. You can just tell they're just dying to have that community Christmas card. They just want to be in there. And somebody a year older than you just got named, CEO of General Motors. And then the next one says assistant to the assistant manager at Bob's Car Sales in Waukesha. And you're like, well, I'm happy for you. It's not quite a comp.
Don't you think working for the Two Fox is more prestigious than getting a PhD?
There's Charlie asking a question. That sounds like a tweet.
Chuck was going to be. He's in California this week.
Yeah, and
he and Doug are out there, I think, campaigning
You
separately.
think so?
Yeah.
That they're campaigning separately. Charlie's trying to overturn the election.
Yes.
Doug's celebrating it. All right, so Joey Vitale in studio talking Blues hockey and probably a lot of nonsense. In the 8 o'clock hour, Josh Schertz, Billiken head coach, in studio. In the 9 o'clock hour, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. And this microphone, I'm telling you, it's just. Do you ever notice when I'm talking, it just like, watch this, look at that, see that?
Yeah, it springs on
It
you.
springs on me, exactly. And then I caress it lightly, and that's when we hear the buzzing.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
It's a fickle mistress.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Look at
Jackson's fickle mistress will
It's
be
gonna be a new-
texting in the
Might head out right now.
New text
Leave it on a high note.
on a high note. Mark Hanna presents Jeremy Rutherford, who joined us in the 10 o'clock hour yesterday. And Mark Hanna is a wonderful gentleman, I'm telling you. Regrets, I've had a few, but one of the ones that stand out at the top of the list, probably getting off Propecia in 2006. But then secondly, would be not having a financial advisor in my 20s. Man, was that a miss. So for those of you in your 20s, even your 30s, 40s, it doesn't matter. Make sure you have a financial advisor. I have gotten to know Mark Hanna over the last 7 years, and I think the world of him, not only as a financial advisor, but just as an individual. He loves talking to people and helping them achieve their goals, and not everybody's goals are the same. Therefore, not all of his plans for people are the same. He cares. He's a smart guy. He's a good guy. He's online at evergreenstl.com. And here's a promise to you. Whereas some phone calls you get off and go, man, I just feel worse about the world. You get off a phone call with Mark Hanna, and you're going to feel better about yourself, your situation, and the world in general. It's a magic touch that the man has. That's why I advocate for him. His number is 314-889-0500. 503. It's Mark Hanna, evergreenstl.com. I don't give a damn if I'm in the minority in here. I think the lead is Wilson Contreras.
We should get to the lead.
I'm with it.
I would, but I got a break.
Oh. And then we'll get to the lead.
That's right. Do you agree that Wilson Contreras going first base is the lead?
It was for me up until, a half hour ago. I don't know what struck me.
What changed?
I have this hockey conscience where I feel like I don't.
Jackson's hockey conscience. Who wants that name?
Where
in the
I have to reevaluate my thoughts. I'm like, is my anti-hockey bias, which is well established.
On the same day the Utah Hockey Club makes its debut in St. Louis. One of the guys in the Morning Drive show on 101 ESPN, which carries your St. Louis Blues, acknowledges his hockey bias.
Yeah.
Anti-hockey bias, I should note.
So
Joey Vitale's going to have you pinned up against the wall, and then Jamie Rivers is going to come in and finish you off.
Don't tempt me with a good time. Listen, I'm just saying that I like to reevaluate my thoughts and make sure that my anti-hockey bias isn't playing a role. And so when I reevaluate my thoughts, I thought maybe that it was, but I should have stuck with my gut.
No, in your defense, Jackson's defense, okay.
This is so much
Dylan
garbage. Chairman Kurt, you need to sit over here.
Dylan Holloway resurfacing that is pretty fascinating. So that's a pretty good, you know what they say in the business? It's very talkable.
But what are more people in St. Louis talking about?
Jackson's laser hat?
Second probably is Wilson Contreras.
Thank you. So why mess with the dossier, baby?
Again, it's this reevaluation. Maybe I need to reevaluate my reevaluation.
Can I ask
need
a question?
Producer Joe truly
when Tim says the lead, you're talking about segment 7-2.
I am.
So 7-1 is sort of the banter that it's the Calvin May. We're leading off.
Yeah.
And then the lead is always going to be in 7-2.
Yeah, give ourselves some time to get our feet wet.
I can lay this out now after doing the show for a couple of weeks. Forget the first 20 years. That the first segment is the segment that irritates the old 101 listeners, and our second segment is the segment that irritates the old TMA listeners.
It's equality.
It is. We're equal opportunity offenders.
That's right.
Welcome to the market disruption. It's here. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome to segment 7-2, as Jackson and Martin call it. I just call it the Mungan St. Louis Acura, Mungan Burkhardt Alton Toyota 7 o'clock hour. And because the break was 90 seconds, I didn't leave the studio.
Yeah.
These first breaks of the hour would have thrown me off.
Yeah. Yeah. Once you get into the pattern, you'll be all right.
Thanks for the counsel.
We just burned an early timeout to kind of regroup. I didn't like the look of our offense there. I thought we should just reset.
Yeah, because Jackson's lead was wrong.
Okay. Well, we've had a Cardinal reset. Apparently, the reset involves Wilson Contreras playing first base. Did I not tell you
absolutely. Here's the deal. You were right, but you had knowledge, and I respect that. That's part of it. It's like Gordon Gekko driving Bud Fox around New York City. He goes, you think the difference between that guy over there and that guy standing next to him who's obviously broke is luck? I want information, and Bud Fox goes and gets Gordon Gekko the information. I, of course, operating in good faith because I am a bastion of morality on this program. Thank you. Jackson might be coming over to the dark side.
I love everybody.
Do you love everybody in the text inbox?
No.
Okay. Wraps that one up. No further questions. As the bastion of morality, I am giving people my opinions based on intuition. Martin is giving people opinions that are actually facts, and I'm at a disadvantage. He knew Sonny Gray was coming back. He knew Wilson Contreras was coming back, and therefore, if this were an ACT test, that means he also knows Nolan Arenado is leaving. I tip my cap to you for having information. However, you're operating from a place of confidence, and that is why I was not surprised to see it. I was surprised to see him moving to first base.
I would like to get to the Wilson Contreras era because the man was signed to replace Yadier Molina. Day one, opening day, had the Molina cleats. He couldn't be a more passionate, fun guy to be around. He's just a super guy. Very emotional, maybe sometimes to his detriment, gets really fiery and worked up. Within a month, he's no longer the catcher.
Right.
That was signed to the 5-year deal. And then he was going to play the outfield. And then they said, well, he's not going to play the outfield. And then apparently the pitchers are mad at him. And he was mad at the pitchers. I'm like, well, this is going really well. And now he's going to play first base. So yesterday at the 2 Fox, I said to producer Dave, I said, I feel like he's played a bunch of first base. So I looked it up. 11 games in his career. 11 games in his career. The man's making $85 million to replace Yadier Molina. He didn't make it a month. Now he didn't make it to year 3 without becoming a first baseman. I don't hate the idea, but it speaks to the bigger mess.
Boy, I couldn't agree. This is disappointing. I thought we were going to get to square off on this. I didn't know that you were in agreement with me because this has been something that I have been talking about since he was signed, that this was a debacle of a signing. And it's not results-oriented. It's not like, although when you present that data, of course, that certainly isn't in the pro category because he has hit. Can't argue with that. My issue with the signing is you're signing and prioritizing replacing Yadier Molina, which is an irreplaceable commodity. That's not something you can go and do. And then it was to the detriment of other areas of your ball club. That was my issue. It was never anti-Contreras. That was my issue. Then, with the information that Martin just gives to refresh everyone's memory on the journey of Wilson Contreras with the Cardinals, it only adds fuel to the fire. I personally don't understand why they are going per Katie Wu, and per Martin Kilcoyne, really. The other player who is going to stay is Sonny Gray. That's in the Athletic this morning, per league sources, according to Katie Wu. I just don't get why either one would want to stay. But, hey, if they want to, in Sonny Gray's case, he's bounced around a lot. He's from Nashville. Perhaps he just wants to be in a stable place for the next couple of years with a family that's close to his home. In Contreras' case, I don't know if anybody else would take the deal and if anybody else would put him at first base. So if he doesn't want to sit on the bench and just collect money, then perhaps that's the reason there, because this team isn't going to be a team that's competing for championships. So therefore, if that's the case, I don't understand why you want to allocate dollars and also block younger players to keep these guys on the roster. It's got nothing to do with whether I like them or not. I'm looking at it through the lens of a business.
Yeah, and I bring that up just because for those who don't know, there's plenty of players who are just jackasses. He's actually a really good guy.
And fans in St. Louis love him, too. I'm not taking a shot at your perspective.
I only bring that up because neighbor Bill was always used to have me.
Producer Dave, neighbor Bill, cousin John.
But I don't add like Rusty Toaster, or
right. Yeah, get with the program.
Neighbor Bill used to have me over to watch Cardinal games, and every time a player would come up to bat, he'd say, "Oh, he seems like a great guy. Oh, he seems like a really good fella." And I'd say, "Oh, yeah, he's pretty cool." And then it's like, "Eh." He said, "Oh no," and I'd say, "Well, eh." So I do like to. Before Contreras, and I don't think people bash him. I think they bash the Cardinals for the signing.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so at all.
You think people bash him?
This has been a really weird dynamic Jackson's been along for the ride with me on this one. When that signing came out, I was super against it. And again, it's not anti-Contreras.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he gets bashed. The signing gets bashed.
I don't think the signing gets bashed. People present data that go, well, look, he's hit. But again, that's not the issue. He was signed, as you said, Martin, to be Yadier Molina's replacement. And for whatever reason, this one is celebrated. And I don't get it for the life of me as to why, because again, it came at the detriment of the ball club. Why were they not successful in 2023? They didn't have pitching. Why were they not in a position to have the financial attitude to have pitching? Because they went in and overpaid what the market was for Contreras. Therefore, I don't get it. And then secondarily, what Buster Olney has been saying since the signing is that this is a guy that if the Cardinals would have done their research, they would have known that he was not necessarily regarded as a great catcher by the Cubs organization. That's why they didn't keep him around. Buster Olney yesterday tweeting, which caught a bunch of flack from Cardinal fans, the following: with Wilson Contreras moving to first base, let the record show that the Cardinals spent $87.5 million in a 5-year deal for him, and in his first 2 years, St. Louis bought into his defense exactly 0 months. A monster mistake for a team restrained in its spending. And then Buster Olney received all kinds of hatred from the majority of Cardinal fans. The majority of baseball observers were going, yeah. But hey, I guess people like Contreras, and they also like his offense. My premise is that what you would have done for a first baseman or a DH? So,
like 25 and 70 is not a $18 million player.
I don't get it. But hey, I know what the pulse of the market is on this, and Contreras is popular, and somehow he's excused, whereas damn near every other move is complained about.
All right, so why stay? I think if you're Sonny Gray, Wilson Contreras, as you mentioned, maybe they just don't want to move, and maybe they'll say, hey, I like the young guys, I like St. Louis, whatever. But I think at the trade deadline, you could revisit the topic. So you say to Sonny Gray, go out, pitch well. If we're really in the tank and you're pitching great, now you've got, a year and a half left. It's much easier to move him. I would think both could be in play at the trade deadline as opposed to right now. I don't know what the market is. I'm surprised there's a market on Arenado, but that's my understanding, is that there is a market for Arenado. And I think it's because his contract, I always said, the guy's making $35 million. And then you break it down. Rockies are spending a bunch of that. There's deferred money. I guess the Cardinals would hold on to the deferred. I don't know how those arrangements work. But I guess there's a market for him. Maybe there wasn't for Gray and Contreras. I don't know what the Cardinals' plan was. I don't know, Tim, if you heard people say that before. Like, did they want these guys to stay, and therefore they're happy about this? I don't know. Or they were hoping to kind of just clear out everybody, and they couldn't. And these guys like, yeah, I wouldn't mind sticking around. It's up to me anyway with a no trade.
That's exactly right. I'm just surprised. But again, if I'm looking at it through the lens of Contreras, is he going to be able to go and be a catcher in a place that would take that contract on? So it would take two parties to agree. And people would go, well, I mean, he gets to make the money whether he plays or not, if people were to say that. I don't want to straw man this. But if people, fans and observers would say that. But hey, once you've got whatever he's got in the bank, and I would imagine it's well deep into the 9 figures.
He could probably buy AM Sports Radio.
I think he could.
If he wanted to.
I think he could.
I'll move Contreras to first. Let's see. Sonny, you want to stick around? Because I can't keep you and Cusimano. What do you want to do?
Now, hold on a second. Right there when you referenced Frank, it sounds like that was an autobiographical impression.
I wonder if... Do you think Randy's running the Cardinals? He's just moving. He's got like a leaflet or a legal pad. He's just moving players around. I'm not surprised the Contreras era gets weirder. I'm a little surprised they all want to stick around. I really am, unless they just have no other choice. And Sonny
Gray would be a commodity.
But Sonny Gray's
on a 2-year deal?
Yeah, he's played on a lot of teams. That's the only thing I can think of. He drove over for like the warm-up, the Nashville thing. He carries a ball everywhere he goes, Tim. I don't know if you knew that.
Heard about that.
That's one of
Alabama has a 17-year-old receiver.
It's one of his things. I would love to know what Chaim Bloom thinks about it. I think next year is just a wash. And it's like...
Right. So therefore, lower your expenses. We
probably got some Contreras bobbleheads that are already made.
I like the idea of the Cardinals as an AM sports talk show and moving Michael Gersh to overnights instead of just canning him.
He's doing overnights?
And Marmol to middays.
It's so bizarre. And I guess it's a transition year, but I don't know.
Right.
Who's your third baseman? Okay, Arenado gets traded in the next 2 months. Who's your third baseman? Is that Gorman?
It's going to be Donovan.
Donovan every day?
I'll wager that that's who it's going to be. Katie Wu knows what's going to be. I look at Katie Wu like I look at your takes. I know she knows. And
did she say Donovan will play third? Or did she say Arenado's gone for sure?
No, but if you know how to do this stuff, you know how to read it. It's very obvious. Just like yesterday, I knew not to bet you on this because I knew you had information and not guessing. I'm over here firing bullets at the pot, not knowing what everybody has, and Martin has the cards,
Well,
and he knows what I'm holding.
I just had a feeling.
I mean, obviously, Fowler's established.
Right. You think he'll come back?
Oh, Dexter Fowler, when he got here,
loved it.
Was there not? Yeah, he loved it. Was there not a narrative that he would be kind of this rah-rah team leader?
Absolutely.
And about 2 months into that, I'm down there before a Fox game. We had a pregame show, and I'm talking to Tom Verducci off to the side, and I said, "Yeah, it's not really the guy that I was me personally. I said, boy, I thought he'd be more fun. I had this impression of him." This is not a baseball take. It was just, as a guy, I thought he'd be kind of more bubbly and fun to be media-wise. And Verducci said, if they thought they were getting, he goes, then they didn't do their homework. And I'm like, boy, we got to stop signing former Cubs.
We got a theme here of the 2016 World Champion Cubs, Cardinals not doing their homework.
Boy, those guys all
did the same damn thing with Tino Martinez and the New York Yankees of 2001.
But he was fired up to be here.
No, another guy who didn't really want to be here, and the Cardinals overpaid in an emotional panic when Mark McGwire retired via fax.
From Mexico to Rich Eisen.
Correct.
It's kind of like Gary Link firing Quinn Snyder. Things that are just sort of interesting, and I need to know more.
Another 30 for 30.
You know my guy, Coach Griggs, that was here the other day?
Yes.
Robert Griggs, big Mizzou guy. And the other day we were just talking. We had to fill a little time until we hooked up with Jackie. And I said, did Gary Link really fire Quinn Snyder? He goes, well, he had to go tell him. And I said, it is true. I knew it. Along those lines, things that are strange.
Gary Link the messenger? Why is Gary Link the angel of death? And he's like this nice man.
I don't know. He's on my list. If I could get a surprise, that'd be a surprise to me if I could get him.
I think Doug knows him.
I could see that.
Yeah, I think Doug knows him somehow.
Were they Mizzou era?
Say same ballpark era, if I'm not mistaken. We brought this up with Doug. Yeah, I think Doug might have watched him play. Maybe
he's probably listed. Doug's probably in the YouTube chat right now.
I would imagine he's in there talking it over with John Scores.
He's your first baseman. Who's playing second? Gorman? I don't want to walk around the whole lineup here because I don't really have an outfield in mind. So I don't want to start this venture until
I mean, that was also discussed. And I mean, it's Walker, Nootbaar, and then it sounds like there's going to be Ciani. I mean, that's with Victor Scott battling him.
Victor Scott, there we go.
Yeah.
Where's Burley? Is he your DH?
And I think Burley's in the DH category.
That's a scary. I can't even get it out.
I mean, and then they were listing the rotation, and it's like, yeah, the rotation's going to be, Michaelis,
overpriced guys,
Fetty, Matt, although he might be in the bullpen. That'll be exciting. I mean, this is just like, what is this? I'm telling you, I don't, for the life of me, I don't get it. I've sat here ever since we started at Hubbard in 2022, and the thing that I've continued to say, I guess going back to the end of the 2022 season, because 2022 was a great season, and I feel like that kind of gets overlooked because of the frustration of 23 and 24 and the dislike in particular for John Mozeliak, but overall the disapproval of the Cardinals and just going, I don't get what they're doing. I have no idea. It's like if we could do things to piss off a fan base, we'll do them. The Ali Marmol extension coming off a last place finish is the George Washington on the Mount Rushmore of what in the hell are you doing? This is not an anti-Marmol thing. I just don't, for the life of me, understand how you do that from an optics standpoint.
Or if you're going to do it, you do it in November, or you do it at the warm-up.
And the way that it was portrayed is, well, we solved the pitching issue, so we wanted to take care of them. Like, did you? Is that what we're calling this?
Well, the timing of it, spring training, it was like
2 weeks before the season started because they were scared about him getting off to a bad start with Molina and Pujols lurking over his shoulder, and they're starting off with the Dodgers and Padres. This is really like low-level thought process. Going back to AM radio.
It felt like they were thinking, oh, shoot. Did we not extend him? Gersh, you were supposed to do that in February.
I'm working on a special project.
It felt like a mistake. I would like to be a VP of special.
Yeah, well, Chairman Kurt is off to be the president of special projects. Hey, Jeff Lotman is the place I would go if you're looking for
I'd bet him clean up.
I don't know what happened. And ever since January 7th, 2021, Martin, which was the darkest day in TMA history, and I don't know if you were listening that day. I'm pretty sure you weren't. But we have had a no politics policy on the program. But I wonder, I got a flood of homes to my email account list. I mean, a bunch of homes went on the market yesterday. I don't know if anybody else noticed this. It was something else. So if you are looking to buy a home or sell a home, JEFFLOTTMANN.com. That's Jeff Lotman. He's been selling real estate and helping people buy homes in St. Louis for 2 decades. He has close to $500 million in sales, and he is with Compass Realty. He is a friend of the show without question, and man, he is in the know. So if you are looking to buy or sell a home, we recommend Jeff Lotman of Compass Realty. Jeff Lotman is online at JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Yeah, JEFFLOTTMANN.com. If you're buying, if you're selling, they have a network of global contacts with Compass, and he can give you the luxury home buying or selling experience. But luxury is not about a price point. It's about an experience and the way the clients are treated. Jeff Lotman can do that for you. He's got the connections. That's jefflotman.com. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Chairman Kurt, I gather, is getting phone calls over there. I see he's been on the line.
I hear you.
we got one in the holster.
Oh, is that right?
All
right. Stick around. Callier and Thompson phone lines. We'll get to you. 314-974-0101. Design Air is the sponsor of our email of the day, longest running sponsor on TMA. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And Schaefer Door Company, the sponsor of our 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. Joey Vitale going to be in studio in the 8 o'clock hour. Josh Schertz, the Billikens head coach, in studio in the 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Doug Vaughn on vacation. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct News sponsor on TMA. We welcome them to the show as we head into winter. And unfortunately, I noticed the highs are in the 50s next week, so here we go. But we ran good. I mean, this is unbelievable that we're in the 60s every day through next Wednesday. But as we head into winter, you don't want to be stuck with old, drafty windows making your heating system work overtime. Universal Windows Direct is here to help keep you warm and save you money on those energy bills with their exclusive Super Spacer technology. These windows help keep the edge of the glass warmer, making your home more energy efficient and comfortable all season long. If you've been feeling those drafts or struggling to keep your home at a comfortable temperature, now is the perfect time to upgrade your windows. Imagine waking up on a crisp winter morning to a home that's perfectly warm, where your heating system isn't working overtime. Well, that's what Universal Windows Direct can do for you. Their windows are designed to perform better, last longer, and keep your home insulated against the winter chill. Plus, their energy-efficient windows can help you save up to 40% on your heating bills, which means more money in your pocket each month. And here's the best part. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. For every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. No limit on it. Buy 2, get 2 free. Buy 4, get 4. Buy 20, get 20. It's the perfect opportunity to upgrade your entire home, making it more comfortable and energy efficient just in time for the winter. On top of that, Universal Windows Direct is offering 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years interest free. Restrictions apply. You can get the windows you need now without worrying about hefty payments. Imagine a warmer home. It's all with Universal Windows Direct. Give them a call today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free in-home estimate. That's 314-334-2522. Remember, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free, plus 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Call today, 314-334-2522. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. We got Blues hockey tonight here on 101 ESPN as their first matchup with the Utah Hockey Club right here on 101 ESPN. Give me a moment here, Martin. Pre-game at 6 p.m. and then the puck drops at 7 p.m. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It's the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons, Southampton. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt monitoring the phone lines. Martin, we have Joey Vitale in studio with us in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour, and Josh Schertz, Billiken's head coach, 9 o'clock hour.
He called
in studio.
Timmy when he first got the job and said, "Can I come into the studio?"
It was the first call he made.
Believe, yes.
Before he even accepted it. He wanted to know my perception of the market.
And then Frank called him. Okay, Mount Rushmore of all-time Indiana State players. Taking Larry Bird off the table.
Puts a man to the test.
Yeah.
Chairman Kurt, we have a full dossier of phone lines.
The
I feel
bank
like you
is
can
full.
use the word
Yeah,
dossier
whenever.
for anything.
Sure.
At this point, Wilson Contreras moving to first base was the topic in the first segment, and Natty Nate Martin is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You can call in and you get on the air here.
Natty Nate.
314-974-0101. Good morning, Natty Nate.
Good morning, gentlemen. I just want to first congratulate you on going to ESPN, 101 ESPN.
Thank you, Natty Nate. You're a gentleman.
Second of all, imagine that Doug Vaughn is on vacation.
Are you mad that
know,
Doug's on vacation? You feel like the show's only been on 101 for 8 days and Doug's already taken time off?
Well, it seems like, that's all he does is go on vacation.
And did you have a
Is this Iggy doing a voice?
did you have a wager that Tim would have been the first one to miss a day?
No,
Oh.
absolutely not.
Oh,
No.
How about that?
hardcore.
Take that. Are you about to grab that
I
gong?
don't. There's no gong handy in
Doug took it with him to California.
case he needed it.
Yeah.
But I'm calling. I just want you guys to. I just want you guys to tell me something. I'm really upset right now because I really think that the Cardinals are going in the wrong direction. Because I really think the Cardinals are going to be as bad worse than the Kansas
No, I hear
City
you. I hear
Warriors.
you. Natty Nate. Why do they call you Natty Nate?
Because
Or are you naughty Nate and they misunderstood you?
It's possible.
no, it's Natty Nate.
Okay.
I got that nickname.
You feel like the question's been answered?
Didn't really.
I got that nickname a long time ago.
Okay.
But I just want you to talk me off of Let's Hill because I think the Cardinals are going to be worse than the Kansas City Royals will in 2024.
Well, I mean, that's a pretty safe bet. I don't know if you're going to get anybody to take action on that one. I mean, the Royals had a nice little campaign.
But they lost how many games?
Maybe you meant
Are you saying-
2023 Royals, right? 2024 Royals had a
Had a
nice year.
30-game improvement.
Right.
So it can be done. Tim, there is no rule against improving your club. Apparently, it can be done. The Royals picked up 30 games in the win column.
Yeah.
All right, Natty Nate. I think we've got a full board, they say.
full. Anything else, Natty Nate? We're happy to get
I
you
don't
to
know that you need to
finalize
ask that.
I noticed you were trying to land the plane, and I want to keep her going. Anything else, Natty Nate?
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
gentlemen.
I think even Cal May thinks it's time to move on.
Thanks, Natty Nate.
All right, Natty Nate.
Natty Nate, did you ever have Joe Madden in a Butch Patrick photo at Wrigley Field? No,
Did
he's
they
gone.
ever meet with Joe Madden? I can't recall. All right, who's next?
Chairman Kurt, who do we have on the line?
I would go line 3, Lisa. She said her blood pressure's up a little bit.
Wow, Lisa.
Lisa tweets about Ollie or Mo.
She
both.
does not like either. But Jackson, what do you describe Lisa as?
She's a gem.
If this is that Lisa, we have so many female listeners, though it's tough to keep
there's
track.
Lisa, and then there's Lisa's friend.
That's correct. Lisa, good morning. Welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Hi, guys. First of all, I just want everybody to have a good day. But my blood pressure's up because I just want to know something. For the Mosaic apologists, because let's never, ever confuse. Walt Doherty built the house. He built the house with Tony and Dave and all of it. And then he came in and bought some pretty things. But he never built anything. He hired 3 manager trainees. Isn't his job to know? I like Contreras a lot. I don't care what they do. I think they're just trying to throw something against the wall now and hoping it sticks because that contract's so big. But I like Contreras. I love his vibe. He seems like a great guy. He can actually hit the ball in the clutch, unlike some of the other ones. But isn't Mosaic's job to know that Fowler did so great in 16 because of Bryant and Rizzo and surrounded with the guys? Isn't his job to know Contreras had a catching coach on that team that helped him with the catching part of his job? Isn't that Mosaic's job to know that stuff?
Yes, I would agree with you. That's the organization, and John Mozeliak is the head of the organization. I would agree with you.
Yeah, and you had 2 players the Cubs didn't want.
And in both cases, are you aware of this, Martin? In both cases, this is a rare time that I actually have information. The Cardinals were focused. They wanted Adam Eaton before they got Fowler, and then there was a big deal between the Nationals and White Sox, and the price was super high for Eaton, and then they overreacted to that and then went out and overpaid Fowler, who didn't really want to come here. He was choosing between the Blue Jays and Giants, and in order to come to St. Louis, they had to give him an extra year, and I think that was along the same lines of the Contreras situation. They wanted Sean Murphy, and then when they couldn't get that done with the Braves, or with the A's, they then overreacted and then allocated what were going to be free agent starting pitching dollars for Wilson Contreras.
And I would argue maybe worser than both of those would be Mike Leake, who was also a overreaction.
And who is that an overreaction to?
Lance Lynn, I think, got injured, was pitch injured, and then didn't announce it till late. Remember?
Yeah.
Wasn't Lance Lynn an off-season? They like
was.
We like those surprises, kind of like Tom Edman last year. Apparently had surgery, and we'll tell you about it later.
Guys, I'll say this. I don't mean to interrupt, but his worst decision, because either Mozeliak has no backbone, he's insecure. The reason your station is good is because of leadership at the top that knows how to get talent. Mozeliak in 2011 screwed this organization over by saying leadership in the dugout no longer matters and experience doesn't matter. And you're right, Martin. I can't stand Mozeliak. I think he's freaking overrated.
Wow, Lisa, look at you.
No, I just do. I think he's destroyed it, and I don't understand why he's keeping his job.
Well, and I would argue they should have given Terry Francona. I like Mike Matheny a lot, and they did win a bunch of games the first couple of years, but Terry Francona was very interested in the job, and they gave him a really cursory interview in Cincinnati. Like he wasn't.
Ryan Sandberg got it.
He wasn't, but they didn't feel like they were real candidates because they kind of had a plan in mind.
I got a little anecdote about that. Lisa, anything else? I like to ask anything else.
No,
Martin likes people to land the plane. Not me. You can stay on for all 4 hours.
Thanks, guys. Have a really, really good day.
Thank you.
The caller just wrapped us.
Yeah.
Now that's embarrassing.
Yeah, maybe she needs to
got to
on
go.
this.
She's got to go. Anything else?
So here's a little anecdote. I don't know if you knew this.
I like anecdotes.
Yeah.
Why are they little? Because they're from you? Is that why?
See, that's beneath you. Then Chairman Kurt's shaking his head. Thank you, Chairman
He's
Kurt.
disappointed.
Yes, he is.
Well, he can shake his head because I can't see him.
Yeah, he can do anything back there.
Can I get one of those? Can I get a rear view mirror hanging so I can see objects in the mirror?
We'll get that installed.
I'll tell the story on the other side of the commercial break.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I might even stick around.
Yeah. How about that? Take that. But my point being, when I tell this story, I don't think that Terry Francona might have been getting an interview. Terry Francona and Ryan Sandberg were never live. The thing was decided well beforehand, and I will give you my reasoning for it with an anecdote. Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, Joey Vitale is going to join us for the entirety of the hour in studio, and Josh Schertz is going to be with us in studio in the 9 o'clock hour. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. Compete with Buck Swope. Compete with the JV golf coach the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Now that we're on like a real station, I wonder if we could get prizes for the design. You think that's possible? possible?
Sure.
And I don't want, if I'm putting you on the spot, I know it's not your responsibility. I don't know.
I can ask.
Like
I can
Jay
always
Randolph
ask.
Jr., may he rest in peace, TMA legend, was so frustrated by not being able to give prizes when we were KFNS, he would give $5.90 of his own money away.
We'll get some gift cards here. Just drop them off in front of this. I might use them up, but if you got some gift cards, we'll take a gift card, baby.
So maybe we can give out a Benji and then $1 singular dollar.
I think that's probably what we're looking at.
Prize closet here.
I'll just Venmo.
I'll take a sweet meat bumper sticker.
Yeah, I think that Hubbard probably would be like, yeah, go ahead, give away like a T-shirt or something. Like, we don't give a damn.
Yeah, probably.
You know,
we can
incentivize the emails.
I'll ask those who can control that stuff.
Okay, look at that. Look at Jackson. All right, Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of this program. Ed Herman in studio on Tuesday. He made the case that he thought the Yankees might be a good trade partner for the Cardinals with Nolan Arenado. Brown and Crouppen Local, founded in 1979. And if you are in a spot where you would need Brown and Crouppen services, wouldn't you want somebody who's local? Why would you go anywhere else? If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about it on TMA. Brown and Crouppen treats their clients and employees like gold. They've been part of our community, active in our community. Perhaps one of the most famous commercials over the last decade is Terry Crouppen going off on Stan Kroenke during the Super Bowl. Brown Crouppen with great service and great results. Call them 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them heard about it on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Let's talk about the Missouri Athletic Club. You've probably been to an event downtown, that beautiful historic building on Wash Ave and Broadway. Maybe the Jack Buck Sports Awards coming up next month. It's such a beautiful building. A lot of folks don't know, though, if you're a member at the MAC, they also have the Great West Clubhouse. If you're into squash, I know Jackson's big into squash, racquetball, tennis, pickleball has become huge. West Clubhouse has so many different courts. If you're looking for a place for fitness, but also entertaining clients, family can hang out there. Our kids love the outdoor pool. So it's downtown, it's out west, 2 locations, 1 great club. And the other benefit of membership at the Missouri Athletic Club, you get to hang out with Troy Robertson. And in addition to that, the great shuttle service, going to Blues games, Billiken games during the wintertime, Cardinals in the summer, City SE, park downtown, covered parking, go inside, get a bite to eat, something to drink, and then hop on the shuttle. Again, one of the great benefits of membership at the Missouri Athletic Club. You can find out more, mac-stl.org.
Yes, Martin's late coming back. Woot, woot. Score's now 2-1. That was a longer break, too, so this is completely unacceptable. He's going to be pulled into management's office immediately. Welcome in. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Mungan St. Louis Acura, Mungan Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, just Han Solo. But let's be honest. This is the way the ladies in the St. Louis area want it. Just me and them. Isn't that right, Jackson?
Damn straight, Tim.
Oh, welcome to the Alliance.
Yeah. Well,
nice job, Martin. Nice job, Martin. Late coming back from a break.
Wait a minute. Thought you guys was up to something there.
Yeah, Jackson has switched his alliance.
Was it not a CB call in there? No.
Well,
do we have to alter things?
It's for the next break.
Oh, so this is 7-4.
That's correct.
Okay. Just get Natty Nate back on the line. I stepped out because I thought you were about to do a little business.
No, sir.
Okay.
So we've both been thrown
walked
off.
out as the show. Is that Mike Martz, the one that we stormed off the... Is that it? Any more questions? Good. Thanks. Didn't think so. It was all kind of pre-arranged. You just stormed right off.
We are in the Mungan St. Louis Acura, Mungan Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Joey Vitale going to be in studio with us in the 8 o'clock hour. Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons. Josh Schertz, Billiken's head coach, in studio in the 9 o'clock hour. And we've had Natty Nate and Lisa on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And you're always welcome to call in. Chairman Kurt is positioned to take your call anytime. 314-974-0101. The anecdote I was about to tell you, because Martin, you were making reference to what may not have been a thorough interview with Terry Francona following the 2011 season. And Ryan Sandberg also got an interview. I feel like there was another one, too, but I can't recall who it was.
Well, Kendo was in the mix, right?
Maybe that was the case, but here is my reasoning. Do with it what you want.
Did Joe McEwen get an interview? I feel
it's possible. People might text in who was in the mix in 2011. They can text in Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. Here's the deal. Here's a little anecdote. Mike Matheny was doing a show with John Mabry on airtime that my company Inside STL owned on KFNS. We owned 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. and I think 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. And he did a show once a week with John Mabry, with Mike Claiborne running point.
I think Matheny heard the late night score and said, Timmy, do you have anything for me?
You were about to break into an impression of my dad for Matheny, I noticed.
I just felt I got to stay on point here.
Thank you. And so he had been working, doing a show for our company, by definition, albeit just once a week. This wasn't like, a huge deal. But Game 5 of that series with the Phillies, when Halladay and Carpenter were facing off, classic game, I called Mike and I said, hey, can you come on and join us on TMA to give us your opinion, since you caught both guys. He caught Halladay in Toronto and he caught Carpenter in St. Louis. And he goes, I think it's probably best if I don't do any more appearances. The show ended last week, and I just kind of think it's probably best that I just, not say anything.
And you probably thought at the time he just hates the show, wants no part of it.
Specifically, like most people in St. Louis, me. But in this particular case, I thought, okay, that's a little strange. And then, as the month played off, the Cardinals, of course, beat the Phillies that night. They beat the Brewers. They beat the Rangers. Then Tony La Russa. Was he wearing a Smooch My Pooch T-shirt at the World Parade? I believe he may have been. Retires the day of the parade. And you're going, hold on a second. And then Matheny gets the job, quote unquote, eventually. But my belief is he had the job
all along.
And that is why he didn't want to continue to be like an on-air guy, because he knew what was going on.
Have you ever queried him about that?
I have not asked him about that, but this is putting these hands together.
I think now we could probably ask him.
Yeah.
You want to get him on?
Fire it. Yeah. Is he going to be a surprise guest?
No, I don't think he fits in the surprise category, does he?
No.
I don't think he...
Just short of it, though.
I mean, Keith Kachuk.
Well, I know, but Kachuk's going to come on and bust you.
These are people who are just going to come on and make fun of me.
My theory is they have to either be really random or kind of like spicy.
I like that term.
Okay.
You know what? I enjoy it as well. Even though it's at my expense, I enjoy it.
Because otherwise, I think the person may not get the gist of it. I think Matheny needs to be a regular guest.
When Matheny was coming to do a show, He goes, now I know you do what you do in the morning, which was kind of his way of
disapproving.
Right. He goes, but I have no interest in doing that. I said, well, that was already understood before you said it, but I do get it. And unfortunately, KFNS was running a commercial campaign for what would be called a little person who was a stripper who was coming through town by the name of Sassy Cassie. I don't know if you've ever had a chance to see her.
On hold right now.
And that spot ran during Matheny and Mabry's show. And Matheny sent me a text that was the length of the Declaration of Independence, thinking that I was responsible for
I would assume that.
And I don't blame him for. But I had nothing to do with it. Wasn't our account. And it played during his show. And Jackson, you have a little...
swinging package of dynamite named Sassy Cassie.
That spot ran during the Matheny show.
Maybe it's best that station's off the air.
It was angry as a Matheny and Derek Gould post-game exchange.
This is how nice Mike Matheny is. After the Whitey Herzog funeral in May, I'm talking to Bill DeWitt and Bill DeWitt III. It was just BSing. And Mike Matheny came over and said, Martin, I just got to cut in real quick to say hello, because he'd driven up. He lives in Arkansas, and he drove up to say, and he says hello. And they're like, Mike, how are you? And they visit, and I kind of step away like, they're good. They don't need to talk to me. And I just walk away, and I leave. And later, Matheny texted me and said, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, but you and the
Just a gentleman.
And I said, they could care less that you, like, they'd much rather talk to the former manager than me.
Right.
Oh, my God. And he's apologizing because he stepped in. I go, oh, they were done with me.
Yeah, if anything, they probably were thrilled that he dropped by and got rid of you.
Oh, that's very hurtful. But
hey, tit for tat in here.
Very accurate.
Thank you.
Very accurate.
We'll take a break. Joey Vitale is going to join us for the 8 o'clock hour. Looking forward to talking it over with him. He'll be in studio. Josh Schertz, Billiken head coach, coming up in the 9 o'clock hour.
Sassy Cassie on the line.
And Sassy Cassie in the 10 o'clock hour. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage is on the line, and I'm looking forward to talking it over with a new sponsor here on TMA. I was making the observation that a bunch of homes went on the market yesterday. I would imagine with the election there is a lot of activity, and I can't wait to get Stewie's perspective on this. I had a chance to meet Stewie for the first time last week, and I'm looking forward to your education on your perspective with what's taken place with the election and the Federal Reserve, Stewie.
They're going to cut interest rates today. That's my prediction, 0.25%. And that's not mortgage rates. That's the Fed funds rate. We can talk about what that is on a separate commercial and separate time period. But basically, right now, this is a great opportunity. Grab a house right now. If you sit on the sidelines, rates will probably drop a little bit. Be careful about what they say, not necessarily what they do. And you can get 100% financing when you buy a home. So if you're a first-time home buyer, rates are dropping now. We're in the winter season. It's a little bit slow. You can get the price on the house of your dreams, 100% financing, the bagel loan with no closing costs. You practically can get in the house with no money at all. It's the greatest deal in the world. Take advantage now. Go ahead and do it. If rates go down later, you can refinance for free.
There it is. It's Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage. Got a chance to sit down with Stewie and his son last week. Really enjoyed. Man, these guys know the industry. And after I got done talking to him, I go, why would anybody go anywhere else? You are going to save money by working with Stewie and Stewart's American Mortgage. Call him on his cell phone. 314-324-4440. That's Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. Well, listen to Jackson. Pump that bass up on your subwoofer if you're driving around Francis Park.
We got Joey Vitale in the building. I want to bring some energy.
And Joey wants some bass in your face, not an 8-track?
He always brings the energy. I thought I'd match it with the return.
The truth is, Jackson feels guilty.
He does.
Because he was panicking over getting Stewie on from Stewie's American Mortgage, and he gave Joey the Heisman.
Big time.
And it was really, really awkward and unfortunate. That's behind the scenes here on TMN.
I went for like the shake hug, and he gave me the shake, and I kind of brought in for the hug, and he just kind of like... He goes,
you think you're better than Joey because he only played in the NHL?
Listen.
He's telling us to listen.
He moved so quickly away from me, I actually heard the...
He did kind of a Barkley reverse hurdle to get away from
Very
Joey.
similar. I have similar athleticism and similar thighs. What I would say is
on Jackson's thighs, Colin.
When I'm working and I have something, I have it's tunnel vision. I have to lock in focus. I have this ADD that riddles my
also
existence.
Because you snorted so much Adderall, you look like Scarface.
You should see my armpits right now. I am sweating. It's an ecosystem in there. But what I would
little too vivid, little too. People are eating.
It's theater of the mind. This is radio. But I lock in. I got to stay focused, and I really do apologize, Joey, because I love when you're on. I love seeing you.
There's nothing whiter than me doing that bro hug thing with people. I try. I don't quite get. I get kind of tangled up. It's kind of like Jack Buck saying he shook hands with Muhammad Ali and they both had Parkinson's, and we got tangled for an hour. Like I can't quite do it right. It's better just go. Hey, what's up? Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
Yeah, it's like I feel like you can tell a lot about a person by the way they can do that handshake hug combo. It's like dancing.
So you think less of Jackson now?
I do.
Yeah. I gave you a
question
clean
how
dap.
good he is in bed based off of that handshake.
Well,
welcome to the show.
Well,
welcome to the show.
You can tell a lot about how good someone is in bed based off of a handshake. Sorry, Martin. A handshake hug and how
often
they
are you
dance.
shaking hands with women? You know what I mean?
It's true.
I like to give the caller Adam.
I don't want to take it off track if it's ever been on track, but you know.
This is what happened. This is Curb's nightly dilemma, which would be a great handle. Joey, we're back here. What do you think of the Penguins power play? I saw this lady today, and I was at Target, and she had the weirdest shoes. Like, and the Blues are on the power play. What happened? Gervino doesn't do it.
Joey Vitale in studio for the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. Josh Schertz, Billiken's head coach, coming in studio in the 9 o'clock hour. You're welcome to interact with the program. YouTube chat, active as the day is long. There's a TMA STL YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMA STL, and then the 101 ESPN YouTube chat as well. Your texts are welcome. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. And Chairman Kurt takes phone calls and puts you right on the air. We heard from Natty Nate and a very angry Lisa. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. I'd like to get into this high school discussion you guys were having off air, but I feel like Joey's not in a good headspace, so I'll yield the floor.
Can you hear my heartbeat? Boom, boom.
Can we tell the audience what's going on?
Yeah, I'm having a rough one.
Okay, Joey's going to be transparent with the audience, and I think this is healthy.
I'm not alone. There's a former CBC cadet with the same dilemma, and that is that our kids are shadowing at the arch nemesis school today, the Schmet, as Ray Barr would say.
Ooh, it's a big open house Thursday for some of the kids, and Carson is in 8th grade. He's doing a shadow day at the Smet. Your son's doing a shadow day because they're going to start middle school at the Smet next year.
That's how they're one up in CBC. They're going to get them younger.
Get them in the door. Chaminad's been doing that for a while over there.
And we were just chucking because Slew's becoming
he said to Tim, boy, Slew's really become a big thing. And Tim goes, what do you mean become a big thing?
It's like Alabama football's becoming a big thing,
it's
is
like
it?
the return of the nerds. Like, it's cool to be nerdy now. It's cool to be dorky. It's cool to be smart.
It's cool to make bank.
It never used to be cool to be smart.
You've been to Napoli. You know what they want. They want the cash. That's the game.
Do you know everyone in my
the guy
family
who signs the checks?
Everyone in my family went to the U-High, and I only picked CBC to be different. My uncles were furious. My brother was there at the time. Cousin John, cousin Steve. They were all junior Bills. And just out of nowhere, I said, I think I'll just go to. And they're like, what? What are you doing? And I was like, I just want to mix it up. I had a great time.
I liked CBC. It was fine. But, the problem is,
what an endorsement. Jeez, what an endorsement.
Guess we'll cancel him from the sponsor list.
It was fine.
Joey Vitale.
Don't oversell it.
Fine.
No, I don't know. It's high school. That's what drives me crazy about people from St. Louis. Sometimes it's like this high school.
From St. Louis?
I am from St. Louis, but I don't know. It was such a.
It's fine. Who cares? If
it's fine.
If
it's
my
4
kid
years.
Name a school. If he goes to Fenton West, it's fine. It's okay. That's
People from St. Louis suck. That's not fine. But Ray Barr we'd be coming down the hallways, and our shirt tails were important at CBC.
A lot of discipline.
And I just remember him saying, "Tuck your shirt tail." Ray was there.
Yeah, he was a disciplinarian of sorts.
Tuck your shirt tail on. You want to look like that? You're going to go to the schmack.
The schmack. And now your son is.
And now my son is going to be a shirt tail out hobo.
Well, they probably
wearing maroon.
Boy,
It drives me crazy.
Spartans are now the hobos. Ray Barr would say on Monday, apparently I missed a lot of Mondays. I don't remember it that way, but my friends would say, Ray Barr, where's Kilcoyne? Taking another Monday off? Yeah, figures. And they said he would say that every Monday. And a couple of times I said, no, I'm right here. I'm over here. Getting ready. He taught gym.
I went to CBC basketball camp. I
With
remember
Ray
Ray Barr. Yes, absolutely. DC Wilcutt.
Oh, I love DC Wilcutt. That was my first beat on the CBC, the Tourette, the paper.
Oh, yeah. You wrote for the
you wrote for the paper?
I would call him at home to break down the game, and I would print a story about the DeSmet CBC game like 2 weeks later. It was very timely. It would be about the game. Think about how things have changed.
My Twitter account.
I love DC Wilcutt. He also taught typing at the old school. That's how I learned to type, and I really think in my job day to day, I probably use that more than any skill. Think about it. Typing on your old computer.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
The great DC Wilcutt taught me.
DC
What a
Wilcutt
gentleman.
was there. McCormick was probably there.
Bobby
He
Mack.
was there as
All
well.
his ball skills. You probably got to.
He always coached by him as well.
Yeah.
He would do it. He
led
would
to me getting
shave.
cut in my freshman year at the U. Yes, he would shave while spinning the ball. Like
Crazy.
Globetrotter.
Never seen that
Jackson
before.
knows about him, too.
I went to CBC basketball camp.
And he
God
was a
bless.
Ladue coach years ago, Bobby Mack. Did you know that?
I believe so. I think, is he a Priory now?
He is at Prairie, yes.
Jackson rode the pine at Ladue, but Joey, he was part of a team that beat Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
That's saying something.
Yeah, so that just shows how great of an athlete Jackson is.
I didn't play one singular second in that game.
Details.
I didn't even
We
take
don't
my
need
warm
to-
up off.
Don't say that.
That's true. That was sophomore year, though. I was a young buck.
This is like that conversation right there. Is you're at a bar, you're meeting a girl. Just shut it down.
Right there.
We beat Jason Tatum. Shut it
Right,
down.
that's it.
We
You
don't need any more
explain it.
details. She's probably
I know.
shut your
I was
mouth.
cursed with shame.
You look like another 2020. Probably never played.
Is that an impression of
Walt. 2020.
Oh, up 20, down 20?
Yeah, up 20, down 20.
I
You
like
get into
that.
I
the
did a
game.
lot of work in warm
I
ups.
do like that term, 2020.
And I said, to be honest, because at CBC basketball, I was more like 30-30. We had to be up by 30 or down by 30. My mom used to yell for them to put me in. I said, Mom, stop it.
Oh, no. Would
I
you
was
really?
like the 12th man on the
was that
12-man
one.
team.
Oh, boy.
She not crazily, but on occasion, like, put him in. And I'm like, Mom, stop.
Yeah, that happened.
Stop.
I was sitting.
terrible.
I was riding pine, playing against CBC at CBC, right next to the CBC student section. I was just sitting there, and they started roasting me. Like the whole section started like going at my head. I was like, I'm not even in the game. Let me live.
Was it because of your paleness? Is that
Yeah,
Probably.
we're going after
Being
complexion.
serious.
Well, I would get fired up when we'd score, and I think they didn't take too kind to that.
You were emotional guy at the end of the bench.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Heart
Did
and
you wave
soul.
a towel?
No.
ML Carr was on the Boston Celtics years ago, and all he would do is wave a towel.
Joey, you actually got to play in high school, and for that matter, beyond. You're in studio with a bunch of nerds.
No, don't say that. You guys, this is the show. I've been listening to you guys.
This is the show.
quite some time. You guys got a window now.
We do.
Yeah,
What
just
is
coming
that?
up in the glass, talking to Kurt about that.
Yeah. Yeah,
in the
Chairman Kurt
closet?
monitoring the phone lines. Yeah.
You guys are coming up in the
Did
world.
you get out of carpool to do this? 8 o'clock. That's kind of early. You got, what, 28 kids, and you had to be here at 7:45?
No, I was happy to get out of the house. My wife's in this like project. She's on a project mode right now. You guys ever get that where your wife gets in like project
Yeah,
mode?
the decoration season is a
Yeah.
big project right now.
We have our first tree up, drive past our home.
Oh, dear.
Right.
For Christmas?
Oh, yeah.
Holy
The
smokes.
Vitales have a signature Christmas party.
Yeah, I don't know if it's
not aware of that.
signature.
Oh, I don't know.
I invited Tim
Do I
last
gotta
year.
live in Kirkwood to be there?
Speaking of Heisman, he gave me the Heisman.
I did not get I did, and you kept. I appreciate it. I told my wife Anna Marie. I said, I really want to get over there, but I recall there was something going on. I think one of the two boys.
It was a great excuse.
I know, well, I mean, it was 11 months ago, but I felt badly because Joey was so kind.
He gave me the ultimate excuse that people give, which is that I don't want to go. We can't find a babysitter. That is the worst excuse. That is basically like saying, I don't want to come to your stupid party. What do you mean you can't find a babysitter? There's kids everywhere. People are everywhere. People need jobs. People need to work.
We will be there this year. If extended the invite.
Geez, I don't even know that you're invited.
The invite. I should know.
I ran into Tim. This is last year. We're leaving school for something. And I see Tim. And he's like, Joe. I'm like, hey. And I'm like, but I didn't like process everything. I didn't even know he was at our school.
Yeah, that big of a star to be at St. Peter.
Because we did a radio thing on 590 The Fan a few years ago, like 5-6 years ago.
Glory days.
Absolutely.
Exactly. But I see him coming out of school. I'm like, oh, dude. And we started but it was just like, like a tidal wave of like, we have so much to catch up on. I got kids running in a parking lot. This is your wife. This is your family. You guys go here. It was all this, blah, blah, blah. I was like, hey, I'm having a Christmas little get-together, a friendly get-together.
You should come. Oh, I can't get a sitter.
Can't get... Just like
Larry David.
I wanted to go, for real. And then I would ask some guys who I knew who went over there, and they're like, oh, yeah, it's a great time, and you should have gone. And I'm like, I know, I wanted to go.
Jackson,
for real.
I mean, you and I would probably show up if asked to serve. I mean... Bob Blitz, the attorney that's always involved in the NFL.
Yeah, Dragon Slayer.
Apparently has a huge Christmas party every year in Clayton. I was told it's like the greatest party, like the fanciest of everything. So we had him on the radio one time, and I said, hey, Bob, I've heard about this legendary Christmas party. And he's like, oh, yeah, it's a lot of fun. I was like, yeah, I heard it's coming up 2 weeks from Friday. And he's like, yeah, it is. And I said, boy, that sounds like a lot of fun. He goes, oh, it's the best. It really. And I went into like 3 or 4 times and said, man, I would just love to see what that's all about. He goes, oh, it's pretty cool. He would not bite.
I respect that.
And he's like, oh, it's huge. There's so many people at that thing. I'm
Everyone's
like,
there.
Wow, I've heard it's the who's who. He goes, oh, it really is. And I'm like, so when is it again? Because I could probably get Tim to babysit the kids. And like, nothing.
You got to put pucks on net, and that's what you did.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it was on net, but I was firing.
God bless you. Joey Vitale's going to be with us here for the duration of the 8 o'clock hour. Martin is suspicious that he's only here to dodge carpool, but I'm happy no matter what the reason is. Why is Josh Schertz going to be in the studio? I don't know.
Joe Buck thinks the Jack Buck Sports Awards at the MAC began. He did the math. He said it started the year my mom was pregnant with me, because my theory is my dad did this for a night out. He started the entire sports awards to get out of the house.
Oh my goodness. This is like, I mean, I don't know what's going on. John Kiowski, president
is this a Vianney
of
intervention, maybe?
A Vianney intervention.
You know what?
What do we got going on here?
Should I give it my...
It's a smart move.
Is this about me talking about nipples for 15 minutes last week? I swear Tim prompted me with the question.
Oh my God, these CBC guys throw
This
me under
was
the bus.
not my fault.
No, I just was never invited to the Vitale's birthday party.
Oh, yes. How about that? How's that one feel?
I don't need a babysitter.
How about that?
Wow.
The head of the entire operation,
Just walked in. He got
John
dunked
Kiowski
on.
feels like
Man.
he's also been slighted.
Wow. Who's, I guess Cam's going to be on the call of the game tonight, huh?
Apparently.
Yeah, we just found that out. Are you dealing with
What is going on with this
these
microphone?
Yes.
Jackson,
The
help
springy
me out.
mic.
These microphones are like when you wake up in the morning. That's what the situation is.
Yeah.
Because they will not stay down.
Reading NBA news.
Thank you. Jackson's over there reading NBA news, Joey. That's how disrespectful this guy is.
That's what I do in the
When
morning.
The president of the radio group comes in and you're over there reading NBA news?
No, I was saying when you wake up, the first thing I do is read NBA news. I'll get my socket wrench.
He just moaned.
I'll get my socket wrench in the break, and we'll get that
My wife, I
fixed.
guarantee you, she's got the tool necessary. She's, like I said, she's
the fix-it person around the house?
she's been bugging me for a table saw for like 3 years. I'm not going to bend. I'm not bending.
8:23.
Where are we going to keep a table saw? That's what I said. It's not like it's a a wrench. It's not like it's a screwdriver. We can't tuck it away in the junk drawer.
Mantle.
My wife needs to meet your wife because she is very handy and can do the crafting. And she was talking to McGraw Millhaven one time, and they start for like a half hour. What are you talking about? Oh, table saws. I have no idea.
Table
Yes.
saws.
Yeah.
She borrowed her friend's nail gun the other day.
Yes. No,
So you don't do any of this
No,
stuff?
I don't do. Well, I become I become the brunt man. Like, she's like, and she's smart too. She's like, hey, I need a hand. I go, hold on a minute. But then she'll come up. She'll be like, hey, Mr. Muscles, I need a. I'm like, all right.
Hey, Mr. Muscles.
So she'll call me the handyman, and I pretend to be like this college hunk.
Oh,
help
you guys
her.
do some role
Yeah,
play.
it's
That's
like a
hot.
little
I've seen
role
that
play
movie.
thing.
We don't kink shame on this show, so you can share whatever
it's
you
kind
want.
of like that. It doesn't work ever, but it's like this mustache.
What's on that?
I started growing out a mustache, and
I noticed
every
that.
day I come home like, hey, there's a new sheriff in town, baby. And again, it hasn't worked. But
you buy that
swinging
table
it.
saw.
Yep.
But maybe the table saw delivered by the mustache man.
The table saw, and there'll be a sixth.
Mrs. Vitale, is this your table saw? I came down yonder from Texas to deliver
Wow,
for
you even do dialects in this
here,
role
Mr.
playing.
Handsome
My
delivery
goodness.
man of my table saw.
This guy's got all the moves. All right, Jackson's telling us to rap. You see that?
hard
You see
rap.
that? You see that? We got the.
I have to just I have to do it. I don't know why I have to do it.
Okay. This was 8-1. This was segment 8-1.
8-1. That's correct. Mark Martin tracks the segments over there. That's a dossier that we have, Joe. You notice that pink paper?
So organized.
Yeah. It's this whole thing with commercial breaks is very new to us. That's the first thing Joey goes, how's it working with the breaks? I go, nah, not that great. But to their credit, they want to change the clocks for us, and they're going to.
Well, and to my credit, I said that because Kurt was out there bashing you guys with the brakes. That's why I had to say, yeah.
We're an alliance.
How's it going? It's going good. The brakes are a disaster.
This is fake news.
Good thing you're a sound story.
I just came in to stir the pot.
Yeah, John Kielski's going to be back in here for you.
If there's a discrepancy report, why were the boys late after 8-1? You say, well, it's kind of Kielski's fault. That's what you put on the
That's
law.
just off track.
We were gonna break, and then John walked in.
Yeah, see how that plays. All right, we will break. This is the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Underdog is the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. With their Champs game, you could win money by making entries on your favorite players and competing against other Underdog players. It's all at Underdog, and this season, Underdog will be running a special promo or bonus almost every single day, like profit boosts. Pump up your winnings in just a tap when you apply the boost to eligible entries. Discounts where you'll get adjusted projections on certain players' stats to give you a better shot at a big W. And free picks, they're basically a sure thing. A player just has to get higher than 0.5 for that selection win. Plus, all new users get a free pick. Download the app, sign up with promo code PARTY, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code PARTY. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Jackson's dropping beats. You're starting to get a little more comfortable with this board, aren't you, sweet
Step by
prince?
step, brick by brick.
Brick by brick. It's Jackson Burkett getting comfortable here on TMA 101 ESPN. The program's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Joey Vitale in studio here in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt taking your phone calls. Martin, you're reacting to the text coming into the Air Comfort Service text line at 314-399-9646.
I clicked on one, and it enjoys the Hadley impression, enjoys the Timmy's dad impression. But then if you scroll up, there's somebody standing naked, and a man that just got out of the shower. So then I thought, I'm just going to read headlines without clicking.
So now you're not going to click on the text.
I think I'm just going to read the headlines. Joey is so sexy, and that's from Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
And the other one just
table saw?
Jackson is on the spectrum is another one.
Jackson, how do you feel about that?
I have ADD. I wouldn't necessarily go,
Okay.
Well, that's not very nice.
Well, I mean, have you read the texts?
I know, yeah.
You avoid reading them.
I haven't read them in like a week.
Oh, is that right?
What's the upside?
Bring back the hijack siren. Jesus. Somebody was mad.
Well, when Iggy would start to tell a story
pal.
that didn't necessarily tie in with what we were talking about, the Plowhawker Jackson would play a hijack siren. And I see Iggy is actually in the YouTube chat. I assume it's the TMA STL one. So you can go in there and interact with Iggy right now. He's watching the show and interacting. So there you go. Yeah.
Everybody's on board.
Everybody's on board.
They just want to go to the Christmas party. That's all.
Do you have back problems?
Is this a live read?
Oh, because of the wallet.
Have you seen this guy's wallet?
Boy,
that's the cleaned out version. It's a Costanza. He put it on the YouTube.
You can't even put that in your pocket.
That's why it's sitting on the
YouTube.
counter.
Have you shown that on YouTube to the people? There it is. If you're watching on YouTube, you get a chance to see Martin's
stuffed wallet.
New texture.
And it's actually got just like gift cards that are expired.
Looks a little seasoned.
Looks like a jumbo brownie, doesn't it? Like, where do you put this in your front pocket, back pocket? I mean, this is mine. It's skinny.
I got that going too.
It's tight.
Well, let's see.
Yours is kind of a midi.
It's a midi.
Here's the chubby.
Yeah.
It's chubbing.
I've worked at so many radio stations. I have all these swipe cards that are no longer that I've been banned from. Boy, here's
You
what
gotta clean that wallet out.
I should have taken that afternoon's gig at Joy 99. They wanted me to do Ask Judas. Let's see. Now look at this. It's
Let's just go through it.
A lot of it's business cards. Like Rich Gould gave me a business card yesterday.
I have that.
What am I going to do with that?
Did you observe also that that's a phallic business card that he has?
I did not notice that.
I noticed it right away. Yeah. But I didn't want to knock the conversation off track.
Right, because we were tight.
Yeah, it was a tight.
It's absolutely phallic.
It is, and I don't know if it was intentional or Rich just is going along with it.
Anytime you're getting into snake work.
Yeah, his book is called There's a Snake Down There.
Right.
And it's a real story. It's a real children's book.
Book?
I'm trying to send him to the grade school I'm affiliated with, and I'm like, I don't know.
It's like one of those biscuits that flip out of a can.
The recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves wants to know if Joey's taking questions.
Okay.
Is Joey taking questions? I want to ask him about billet mom ass eating at Olive and Oak.
Wow. That's very specific.
I'm going to pass on that one.
Jesus.
I like the question.
So you're not taking that question.
I'm going to pass on that question.
He has a theme with billet moms, which my wife was asking me about. She goes, "Is that a real thing?"
Yeah, we got into that this summer.
We were driving along like this past weekend. I don't know how it came up. My wife goes, "The billet mom."
Did you play the hijack siren when she did that?
We're driving along with her two sons. She goes, "That billet mom thing, that's a real thing."
Does she want to house
yeah,
players?
I think all of a sudden I'm going to be housing players. I think that's what it was about.
Timmy, it'll save your marriage. You just maybe move to the back of the house. Maybe a young strapping fella from Sarnia. Let him live there for a bit. But you didn't go away for hockey, did you?
I did for 1 year.
You did.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
So
but I had a great family though. I didn't experience.
How great was the family?
I mean, the best. They were the best. They had young
Where did you
kids
live?
In Sioux Falls. I was in Sioux Falls.
Sault Ste. Marie? No, that's Sioux Falls. Sioux Falls in South Dakota.
Sioux Falls, South
where the
Dakota.
Billikens, if Coach Schertz is listening,
Yes.
where the Billikens open their season, as I predicted a year ago to be Josh Schertz coaching, the Billikens would play Santa Clara in Sioux Falls.
And I would bet them +4. Yeah. All of those things happened. That's correct. But yeah, the billet mom thing.
I've only had good experiences with my billet mom.
Yeah, well, it sounds like a lot of guys who played the game.
PG.
Wholesome moments.
I just can't get this freaking microphone.
I know, Jackson. We got a mic crisis.
Stand over there and hold it.
We do.
You could do like Bob Barker and just detach it and start walking around.
Boy, we're getting names that are being sent in about billet moms. We won't go in that particular direction, but there are famous billet mom names. Who knew?
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Hey, I'm actually going to ask a hockey question if it's all right, even though billet moms would fall under the umbrella of hockey questions by my definition. I was listening to you and Kerber, and I know on the Curbside podcast, which I listen to following every game, and Blues are playing Utah tonight, you were making the observation, both of you were, that maybe we're seeing the evolution, the advancement of Jordan Kyrou, not just with what we're seeing on the ice during games, but with what's going on with commitment to extra work as well. And I thought that was an intriguing observation following Tuesday night's win on the podcast.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think to start off, Jordan Kyrou, I think at times in the last couple seasons, you guys been around sports long enough to know this, I think fans around here, they want to find a whipping boy, whether it be the Cardinals or the Blues or when the Rams were here, the city. I think that Kyrou has kind of gotten that he's the whipping boy kind of stigma behind his name for a little while here. And I get some parts of that where you have a young player who's making, $8 million. He's maybe a little bit too cute at times in the game. He can be a little bit overly skilled. I don't know if he necessarily has endeared himself in those first couple years, to the media and to the fans, because he's just a quiet kid. So you put that all into a package, and I think that there's been a bit of a whipping boy on him. And
it was already there, I think, before the Berube comments, which certainly...
Okay, so that's a really good point. I'm glad you brought that up, because it was there a little bit. And then the Berube thing happened, where Berube loses his job, and then the first comments, to Jordan Kyrou as they're asking him questions. They're asking all the players questions. And, the question about Berube moving on, he said, next question. And he kind of shrugged it off. And, again, he has every right to say next question. But I think it was the way he said it, which prompted more questions like, was there trouble in paradise? Which is a natural question and a natural speculation for fans, which people kind of already thought about. Because, listen, Chief was hard-nosed, obviously blue collar, played over 1,000 games in the National Hockey League, surviving as a fighter. He's a coach that walks into a room and already the presence demands respect, right? Just him being there. And he has a certain way of playing, and he had a certain way of playing when they won in 19. And Kyrou didn't really fit that mold of what Craig Berube hockey was all about. So this was all the backstory, and then, of course, Chief loses his job, and then Jordan Kyrou says, hey, next question.
And he gets booed off the ice.
He gets booed off the ice the very next home game. And then he was the number one star the following game, which, of course, then the Blues fans just totally got behind him. After he made, he was apologetic. He had great things to say about Chief after the game, of the first game where, he was booed. And then he's the number one star, and he's doing the interview there with Jamie Rivers, and of course the crowd, just as the St. Louis Blues fans do, they back him. They did it with Tarasenko when he came back to town, when Tarasenko asked for a trade heading into his final year with the Blues. His first game back, he was the number one star. Crowd goes nuts. That's just the luxury of where we live in St. Louis. The fans are fantastic. So to bottle all that up, and that's the backstory of where we've gotten to coming into this season, I think Jordan Kyrou has taken such a massive step, not only as a hockey player, I think as a person, as a team player, as a committed guy to the organization, to the community. And you know what? Sometimes it takes a little time. Jake Neighbors in his first full season scores 27 goals, endeared himself to his teammates, endeared himself to the city. He'll go through a brick wall for anyone, and Blues fans love that. People here in St. Louis love that. Jordan was a little bit different. He was more of that kind of Toronto Maple Leafs. I love Justin Bieber, rock star, wearing shades and white tennis shoes into the rink. And here in the Midwest, we kind of are like, what is this? But I will say that he has taken such wonderful steps. You look at the way he's playing the game, the back checking, the forechecking. He's finishing hits. He's not complaining about calls that aren't going his way. He is becoming a complete player. He's becoming a player that is, you look at him on the ice and he's like, that play right there, he made that play for the guy next to him. And there wasn't a lot of that in his first couple of years. And I think that that's where he's taken the biggest step. Because the reality now in the league is this. you have skilled coaches everywhere. The game's never been this fast. It's never been this skilled. The moves, the goaltenders, everything is just heightened. But I was talking to Alexander Steen about this a few weeks ago in the hallway. The game is still the game. And I don't care how skilled you are, if you don't have that edge and you can't compete, you're not going to win and you're not going to be successful. And I think that Jordan Kyrou, to some degree, leaned on that skill for the first couple of years, as a lot of young players would. Mm-hmm. But, Steiner and I were talking. You look at a Kaprizov. You look at David Pastrnak. Look at the way these skilled players play the game. They play the game hard. That Kirill Kaprizov is literally going through the roof. I mean, he is one of the best players in the league right now, but not because he's skilled. He loses a puck. Oh my God, he will bite your ankle to get it back. It's in him. Mm-hmm. He when he gets it, he holds on to it. He ain't getting rid of it. So he's got that internal competitiveness on top of the skill that you have to have. And I think that that's what Jordan Kyrou, to me, is really starting to find. He's got the skill. He's got the eliteness. He's got the speed. He's got one of the quickest releases, but he's finding that edge. He's finding that compete, because if you don't have that, I don't care how good you are, you're not going to survive in this league. And that is really encouraging, as I think all Blues fans should really be promoting that and be encouraged by the way that Kyrou certainly has been playing lately.
Man, that is a thorough breakdown, and appreciate it. Blues fans loving this in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can send in your questions. Joey with us for the 8 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. 9 o'clock hour, Josh Schertz, Billiken's head coach, going to be in studio. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45. Jackson, I have some business to tend to. What do I have to...
Schaefer Door Company.
Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the 101 ESPN app here on TMA and throughout the day. So if you want to go back and podcast, you can do so via the Schaefer Door app of the TMA STL app or 101 ESPN. And it's schaeferdoor.com. SCHAEFER door.com. You can call or text a number set up specifically for TMA listeners at 636-782-3608. It's going to give you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they also service commercial doors as well. Loyal TMA sponsors now for a couple of years. Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. Make sure you download both and enjoy the program anytime you want and podcast like the Dickens. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Joey Vitale in studio with us. Josh Schertz in the 9 o'clock hour. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt taking your phone calls via the Collier and Thompson phone lines. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Golden State Warriors defeat the Boston Celtics 118-112 last night. Buddy Hield with a big 16 points. If you're keeping score at home, he's shooting 50% from three this season. You look up efficiency in the dictionary, you're likely going to get a picture of Buddy Hield. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour here. Joey Vitale in studio with us. Really an unfortunate text that I hate to read here, sent in by Milagro Tequila, Texter of the Year 2023. Does Hubbard get a tax deduction for putting two CBC guys on the air at the same time? Although for a couple of public school kids, they talk pretty well. That's from Arbor Day. I'll be sending you a prize.
Is Arbor Day a Junior Bill snob?
I don't know. He could be a Golden Griffin for all I know.
Cadet experience. I was at the old school. Were you new school?
I was in school for 1 year. It was fine.
Okay, fine. God, again with the fine.
It was fine.
Sounds like his kid's going to be a Spartan to me. Sounds like
I'm just trying to build up this high school experience too big. It's fine. It's high school.
It is high school. I don't want to bury the lead, but in the break, we talked about the Christmas party again, and Joey said, do you want to dress up as Santa?
Well, you keep asking.
No,
you're doing the same thing you did to the other guy, the guy where you kept
Bobby Blitz.
Bobby, you kept asking Bobby. I know what you're doing.
I was joking. I don't want to go to your stupid party. It's fine.
You just got to come to Santa.
I'm invited. I'm only invited if I dress up as Santa.
And then Jackson, I walk in the middle of this conversation. Jackson offers, I guess he's a furry, and we don't kink shame on the show, but he goes, I'd like to dress up as a reindeer. I picture myself as Vixen.
Or Prancer, or even Dancer. But anything will do. If you want me to be
an
Rudolph.
old-fashioned pervert.
What? You're just saying you're going to dress up as anything just to come to the party.
Well,
I will be anything you need.
He wants to dress up as an animal. He's a furry, and we don't kink shame.
I won't be an elf because the shoes, I don't think.
Martin's
I got bad feet. I got bad feet.
I said in the break, Jackie will have our own party.
Yeah, there we go.
And then I got invited as Santa.
So now we're
trying to be nice.
86ing our party.
This is somebody not happy with Jackson. I'm shocked the hockey savant JBB didn't interrupt Joey in his Cairo breakdown and toss in an NBA update on Victor Wembanyama's latest 5x5 that no one in St. Louis gives a fart in a mason jar about.
Read the T-shirt. Losers.
Buddy Hield had the big shot last night.
Big shot, dagger.
We got Joey Vitale in, and now he's going to force feed Buddy Hield on us.
I'm wearing a blue. What is it?
He doesn't have a vintage blue shirt on.
Pretty good one, if you ask me.
What do you think of those sweaters? I mean, you grew up and got a chance to see those.
I like those.
You like those?
I like those.
You know, they're known as what, the clown outfit or whatever the hell they're called. I thought that's what they're called, with the clown colors or whatever, the red.
Clown something.
I still like them.
Jackson's a uniform aficionado. Give Joey your recommended sweaters in the NHL since he actually got to put them on.
Yeah, what's the Mount Rushmore of
I like
NHL
Pittsburgh's
sweater?
a lot. I like Pittsburgh's a lot.
How's that make you? Does that make you feel better about your career now?
What? All right, you can come to my Christmas party.
Oh, you're in.
You don't need to be a reindeer.
And then a lot of the original 6 ones are just outstanding.
Yeah,
like Toronto, Detroit, Boston, New York. Oh my God, those are all really good.
So
Chicago.
You probably thought we go.
Yeah, those are good. I think they're a little overhyped. I think people go nuts over them.
Yeah,
I think
they
they're good. Red it's not really my color. Cardinal red.
What about
What is your color?
Yeah, what is your color?
I like earth tones.
Pale. That's the new promo, TMA. 101 ESPN. I like earth tones
Like
every
Moss.
morning from 7 to 11.
Moss.
Oh, I got to tune into that.
What about
he
in
likes
the
earth tones?
What about in the league? Are there guys who say, "Oh, everybody loves the Leafs"? Is there a uniform that everyone loves?
It's the Blackhawks.
Okay.
It's the Leafs. It's actually the Detroit Red Wings. You mentioned the original Sixes.
I think Joey from Full House really made the Detroit Red Wings sweater iconic.
Yep.
It wasn't Iserman.
That's a take I'm going to stand by.
It wasn't all the cups or.
Well, I'm talking about for the Generals. Zeitgeist. For the zeitgeist.
It's like Chevy Chase on a Christmas Vacation. They brought the Blackhawks jersey to the table.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
Without that.
Also, Cameron from Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Nice.
Yeah.
Big Detroit
and
Red
Happy
Wings.
Gilmore with the Boston Bruins.
Yes. See, this is what gets into
Maybe
the zeitgeist.
it's the movie. Maybe it's the culture that drives
More
the
people
jersey
are like,
popularity.
yeah, that's just how it is, man.
What is the worst?
VGK. Ugh.
Ooh, I got to tell you, I think I might agree with you on that.
Dijon mustard, clip art logo.
Oh, really? I was thinking more of the Sharks. I know it's an earth tone.
Similar.
I thought Sharks might be live for you.
I know that may hurt your earth tone color of turquoise
but they're
ocean.
like stuck in the 90s with some of that. And then again, the clip art logo.
And they stink.
Good. And they stink.
And they stink.
Joe Thornton. I know him.
How about that? He just dunked on you by mentioning the name Joe Thornton.
I know Joe Thornton. Oh, I don't know.
Do you have him in your phone?
Martin's reconsidering his alliance right now.
No,
Who do you know, Martin?
He's digging in.
Do you know any hockey players?
Big Walt, friend of the show.
Oh, he came to my Christmas party. Walt was there.
Oh,
did he have to dress up as anybody?
What is a stupid party? Jesus, going to a party? I don't want to leave the house. Or the chair. He's got his own chair. Doesn't leave the chair.
Yeah.
Big Walt works for the team, in theory.
Joey Vitale, kind enough to come in studio with us for this nonsense here in the 8 o'clock hour. And we're getting all kinds of texts. People want questions. And people are reacting to Jackson's uniform rankings as well. Hartford Whalers sweater is the all-time best.
That's a good sweater.
Don't talk bad about my spicy mustard pants. That's from the 636. I agree with Jackson. The Vegas mustard night uniforms are about as bad as Buddy Hield updates on St. Louis Sports Center update airwaves. From Carlos Spicy Wiener.
First of all, we're far too long for talking about Buddy Hield's consistency. 9-year vet, just been outstanding from behind the arc. And second, the VGK thing is like that needs to be studied. Those are awful uniforms.
Not quite. I feel like the Predators are maybe
Predators are
worse.
rough.
That
Sabres are great.
Mustard yellow.
Sabres are great. That logo for the Buffalo Sabres is 10 out of 10. No notes.
I've worked with this guy for 3 years on 101, and this is the first time he's been activated on a hockey conversation.
Only about the sweaters.
It's about the sweaters.
That's all I
We
care
found
about.
your niche.
Yeah, it's my thing.
Texter Missouri River Otter jerseys were elite. Remember, Jax played for the River Otters during the lockout.
He did.
We started covering the River Otters because there was a Blues lockout. Mark Reeds may have been the coach.
That's right.
I believe that's right.
Got a bunch of Quebec Nordiques sweater.
Quebec Nordiques. St. Louis Bandits. That was the junior A team here. That was a good sweater. That was John Cooper's team.
And Maroon was on the team.
Pat Maroon
I interviewed John Cooper and Pat Maroon because Chaser told me to.
And it turns out
he was the owner.
He was the owner. Hey, go to the what is it called? He said, it's out at the Hardee's Complex.
Hardee's Complex. Where there's Top Golf now.
Yes, exactly.
He's like, interview Maroon, you moron. He's a local kid. And I said, oh, okay, Chaser.
whatever you say, Chaser.
Yeah. He's like, interview Cooper. He's the coach. Oh, okay, Chaser.
Well, it's funny. So, yeah, Tony Sansone and Kelly Chase both owned that team. And then you fast forward to 2018, before the Blues win the Stanley Cup, and Kelly Chase is with Pat Maroon again. So Pat Maroon, if you remember, like in the Christmas time around 2018, he was about to get sent down.
Yes,
he was having an atrocious year. It just did not work out well. St. Louis kid, it had all his hype, and it was a bit of a distraction at times, and whatever. The team was just so bad. You lose a coach, and Pat Maroon is too slow. He can't keep up. This and the other. So they're like days away from sending him down. And I remember Chaser had a lot of talks with Pat Maroon. He actually pulled him into at the time, it was the Fox Sports Midwest room coming out of the skate, and just had a heart-to-heart with him. And he got him going. He got him going.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's a great story. Yeah, Chaser obviously can get more elaborate about the details of that conversation, but he basically gave him a freaking big old bear hug and got him back on his feet and got him turn it around, and it's amazing. He got on a line with Thomas and Bozak because of an injury, and they kind of kept him around for a couple more days, and then he had a goal, and they kept him around for a week, and then all of a sudden they go on this 11-game run in January, February, and the rest is history. He scores a huge goal there in the playoffs, Stanley Cup champion. Now he's got 3 cups, and it literally within a day, that decision of being sent down, it could have ended his whole hockey career. I don't think he makes a comeback after that. Wow, that's what's crazy.
I did not know. I knew that it was tentative, but I didn't know that Chaser pulled him aside.
Chaser's big old bear hug is going to be my new avatar.
And responsible for a chalice in St. Louis. Doug is vacationing in the Hamptons. That's one of the reasons we're lucky enough to have Joey Vitale joining us here for our 8 o'clock hour, but he was kind enough to let people know about Mark Milton before he took off.
Doug Vaughn here for Mark Milton, the STL tax lawyer and a good friend of mine. I've had Mark Milton do my taxes. He's done my will. He's also a financial advisor. This guy is a little bit of everything. mostly he's there to help you if you have some big problems with the IRS. Maybe you didn't file returns a year or two, and now you owe a lot of money. Maybe you have bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night. Any kind of problem that the godforsaken tax man can throw at you, Mark Milton is there to help you. If you're facing an IRS criminal investigation, now we're really getting serious. Again, Mark Milton has lots of experience with that. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. So if you have any kind of IRS problems, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is, Doug vacationing in the Hamptons, back in studio on Monday. Joey will join us for a final segment here in the 8 o'clock hour. Then Josh Schertz, the Billikens, in studio in the 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Joey Vitale, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. It's Morning After 101 ESPN. Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn vacationing, Joey Vitale in studio, and now texters are sending in requests to come to the Christmas party. So this thing, I should have never.
Shoot.
I don't know who brought it up. If it was me or you who brought it up.
You definitely brought it up. Yeah, this is. Yeah. Now you're coming as an elf.
Oh, no!
Okay, you're no longer a guest. You cannot wear.
Martin's mad.
Your leather pants.
Beat me to it.
You can't wear your leather pants. You can't.
My leather pants.
We'll get it sponsored, Tim.
I asked my wife one year, I said, hey, honey, maybe we should do like a ugly sweater version. And she said, no. She said, women want to get slutty at the Christmas party. I said, really?
Welcome to the show.
It's like, yeah, it's their one night in the winter they can actually dress slutty. You have to allow the women to dress slutty.
Is that what goes on? I would have found a babysitter last year.
No, nothing like that happened. I think it's just like the dressing of it. I get it.
You're
like their
supportive of
moms
this.
are stuck home doing carpool and packing lunches. It's like, I want to go out and be a human. I get it. So anyway, so there's no ugly sweaters, but we got Santa coming. We got Prancer coming.
Yes.
Vixen.
I was hoping for Prancer.
And borderline elf/Tim. We're not sure yet. Depends how the rest of
This went from a great invite to now we're all playing characters and Jackson's a furry.
Can I be a slutty reindeer?
Cut that off. TMA 101 ESPN. That'll win him back.
I want to talk to Joey's neighbors, what they think. What's going on over there? Those people. What Whatever you do, don't get caught talking to Joey. He's walking the dog. You get a intense breakdown of the party and the table song.
Yeah,
I love it.
They got that guy from 101 who dresses as a slutty reindeer. He's out in the front yard.
Prancer.
We had an over-under of 28 minutes on this hour before you'd mentioned Sid the Kid, and I set the number, and I feel bad you didn't mention it.
Oh, is that something Joey's known for?
He did text me this morning. Look, this is proof. I mean, right
is
there.
Is that right, really? Did you want to come on the show?
Right next to Jackson Burkett and Sidney Crosby.
I go, Jackson, can you let me
You
in?
didn't even read it.
I said, hold on a second. I'm trying to get into the 101 studio. It's on the FM side of things. You can listen in.
Yeah, he's probably streaming.
He's probably
Can
listening
we have
in.
him as a surprise guest? Go from Cal May to Sidney Crosby. All due respect, of course.
Yes, have it first. Let's talk offline about that.
Yeah.
He did have a text from Sidney. I joke with Joey because he tends to mention that he played
You ask questions.
It comes up. It seems to come up.
Is that right? I didn't know that was a thing.
Now he's going to be paranoid.
I got a couple stories. But anyway, we don't
What's he texting you about? Can we read it?
What did we text him
Why
about?
would he be texting you?
Yeah.
Coming to the Christmas party?
Christmas party. Mike Caruso.
No offense.
Hey, I heard Jackson's going to dress up as a slutty reindeer.
Yeah. What's up, 87?
You know his number?
Just looked it up, guaranteed.
No.
You knew that.
That's a famous number.
You knew
87.
that. And you like their sweaters.
Big fan.
Their sweaters, actually, they were their third jerseys 6 years ago, back in 16, 17. And, he's such a... he is such a paranoid, routine guy, as we know.
Superstitious. Sounds better than paranoid.
So he wears the third jersey on the 16 season, and he has a goal. And of course, what happens? We're going to wear them again. Now they're the staple jersey.
Because of that. Wow.
Because he felt so good in them, and now that's how.
Well, that's when you know you got some juice with an organization.
Malkin, call in. That's how country roads became a thing. The players liked it. So then the Blues...
I didn't know that.
I was told the players got a kick out of it when they all started singing, and so they told management, hey, keep that thing going. That's how it started.
But now is it a Blink-182 song? What song are they playing now? I
think Country Roads has been slowly faded away.
Yeah.
They moved it a little
got
earlier.
A lot of hate.
And now they play during the pregame.
Worst enemy, right?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
And the fans are getting into it. They're having fun.
Jackson, you familiar with that song? Is a 26-year-old hip-hop aficionado?
No, I don't know. What's the one more time on the name?
Lit. My Own Worst Enemy?
No. If I heard it, I probably would know it.
Or if you went to a game.
That's true. What about Goodbye Horses by Q Lazarus? Why don't they play that?
Joey?
Never heard of it.
Tuck.
Let me text Armstrong right now. Hey, why don't you guys play?
Army would love to deal with this.
Yeah, he would love to get that.
7th year in the broadcast booth. That's unbelievable.
Too many.
You think it's too many?
God.
We've been doing this damn thing for 20 years. So
I
does that
know.
make it?
How?
Yeah, it's a great question.
No,
Low-powered AM radio and HD2.
No, it's awesome. I love it.
God bless.
I love it. With Chris Kerber, nothing to go wrong there. And
you like when Jackson holds up this whiteboard?
What is going on? I got a microphone issue.
When they ask, I gotta say I did my work. I gotta go out there. I gotta try. I got tunnel vision. I gotta lock in.
He's got Steve Ott over there. He's scribbling out plays on the quick timeout on the bench, and he holds up everybody to see.
Cover 3.
Utah Hockey Club tonight, pregame 6 p.m.
Yes.
Good sweaters?
Looking forward to seeing them.
Good sweaters. No mascot yet, which I think a lot of people are mad about.
Ooh, I think it's kind of cool. I like the Washington football team. I thought it was so unique. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's just the Utah, Hockey Club.
Yeah.
Although Clayton Keller did make a slip up on an interview. He called them the Yetis potentially.
I was about to say, I think they're going to be the Yetis.
I think they're going to be the Yetis, and typical St. Louis boy screwing it up. Where did he go to high school? Did he go to Louisville?
Belleville East. My dad was actually his principal in middle school.
Oh, typical Belleville boy.
Wolf Ranch.
Belleville takes a
What up,
shot.
Pop?
I thought he was from Swansea.
It's
all kind of in
Wolf
that
Ranch is in
general
Swansea.
area over there.
Well, you're right, Martin. Nice blend. The Illinois Recovery Center's in Swansea, and they are a loyal sponsor of TMA. Boy, you set me up for that perfectly. That was like a Robbie Avila backdoor pass.
And I rolled my ankle.
Josh Schertz is coming in the next segment to talk it over. Why choose Illinois Recovery Center? A holistic healing approach, expert care and guidance, safe and welcoming environment, tailored programs for lasting recovery, and top-notch facility and accommodation. Visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Whether you individually have made the life-saving choice to seek help on your own, or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one, the chance to learn about addiction recovery is available to you at the Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. If you or someone you know wants more information about the Illinois Recovery Center, please call 888-472-9559 or visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Joey, thank you so much for coming in. I apologize that I have taken your wonderful, intimate Christmas party, and now all of St. Louis wants to be a part of it. And that's on me, but at least you'll have a slutty reindeer in the front yard.
Slutty reindeer will be there. Tim, you will be there. You're going to come as Tim. And we got Santa.
Yes,
Santa's coming halfway through the night.
I'm just going to be a fat guy with white hair. Oh, are you Santa? I'm sorry? You must be Santa. Why would you say that? Well, fat guy with white hair?
Yeah, that's all it is.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Joey, thanks so much for coming in, man.
Yeah, this is great. I'm 5 minutes over past, which is okay, because I'm going to be...
Clock management's never been a strong suit behind me.
Traditionally late for my DeSchmidt tour. I got a tour with the
you're
assistant.
sending a message to the Spartans.
I'm like, you guys are late around here all the time. Just kind of doing the late thing as the Spartans do, right?
You walk in, did you call us hobos? They were listening.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Yeah,
they might be listening now. And the HD2 is kind of like a cone of silence. It's a little different program. Joey Vitale, kind enough to be with us here. Blues, Utah, tonight, pregame 6 p.m., 101, ESPN puck drop 7 o'clock. Thank you, Joey.
Thank you, boys.
All right, Josh Schertz coming up next in studio. The Billikens head coach, Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. 5P Academy, Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne. With you on the program, Doug Vaughn, vacationing. And what a program today. Joey Vitale, Blues broadcaster in studio in our 8 o'clock hour. And now in studio, head coach of the Billikens, Josh Schertz. Coach, good morning and welcome in.
Hey, I appreciate you having me.
That?
My first ovation. That's good. That's good. I feel that was awesome. No, I'm proud to be here.
No handlers. And then I said off the air, I said, hey, anything I can't ask about that you'd prefer? No, ask whatever you want. I'm like, oh my God, this is not the way that it usually works in Division I athletics, especially in 2024.
No, I nobody, no handlers do it on my own. I just have to make sure BK, tells me where to go, or Rob tells me where to go. But outside of that, I, all on my own. And then, to me, look, it's part of my job, I feel like, is to to connect our program, to the people, and so, when I always try to, for better or worse, answer the questions that are asked as best I can, without giving away any information that would be off limits. But usually there's nothing like that when we're dealing with whatever.
Cool, man. That sounds good. I
think just right out of the gate, we'll get to the nonsense, but Robbie's ankle, I guess the concern is now it's happened twice. How do you prevent it from becoming a season-long thing?
I don't know if there's any way to prevent it. We're going to look at certainly changing shoes, maybe looking at different kind of braces. It's certainly a concern. It's unfortunate. He came down obviously on a contest on Max Picar's foot in Billiken Madness on September 27th, and he missed about 3.5 weeks, and was able to get back and get back in practice, and I think he was it was maybe a 12-day period where he was working out, etc. And then I thought first half against Santa Clara he looked pretty rusty. Defensively, offensively, turned the ball over, just didn't, and I think that's part of like not playing. People miss that a little bit. It's like there's a nuanced difference between returning to play and returning to performance.
Yeah.
You don't just walk out of doing something, for not 5 weeks. Like if you guys lift or run, you can't take 5 weeks off, come back.
Seemed to question whether we lift or run.
Yeah, because it wasn't like,
well, I don't, so I didn't know.
If you guys do.
I know I don't, so I was just hoping that maybe one of you guys did. I was hypothesizing on what it would be if I lifted or ran. But you can't take a break like that, come back, and it'd be a seamless transition. But I thought in the second half, I thought he was much more like what he was, and then he just goes to make that pass. He makes the pass to Gibson, makes an unbelievable cross court, makes the pass to Kellen for the dunk, then he makes the skip opposite to Gibb for 3, and then he lands on the guy's foot. And what are the chances that it was the same ankle, same situation, and so now we're dealing with a second sprain here within about a 5.5 week period. So it's a concern. He's pushing. He's on crutches right now, but we're going to go through that process, and hopefully we got a good medical team around him, but we got to look at some adjustments, shoes, braces, different things to try to, to keep him healthy. Certainly that's a big deal for us.
I was watching the game. Part of it's because I bet the game, and I did have you, by the way.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. sorry you did, I guess.
That's a live bet over. But anyway, I'm like, man, this is a fun team to watch. And now I'm observing it through that lens.
Right.
I'm curious what you saw. Granted, it's the first game, and I know it's colored in part by the injury and, of course, loss. But what are you seeing with your first game as the head coach?
I thought we took on a big challenge. I think people probably, and I know, it's people don't necessarily follow, so they don't know how good Santa Clara is. Santa Clara is an NCAA tournament.
Yeah, in the
caliber
mix to
team.
Be at the top of that conference.
Yeah, they're picked third, but a lot of people think they're going to be a little better than that. They return, they won 20 games last year. They beat Gonzaga. They returned 4 starters, and their point guard, who's their second best player, left, went to LSU. He was first team All-League as a sophomore. He came back. So really, they returned 12 players with experience at Santa Clara. They played together for multiple years. It's a big team. They're really well coached. I thought they were, it was a great high line first game. For us, you walk out of there, I think anytime you lose, you're disappointed. There's no moral victories in sports. I mean, it is what it is, a bottom line business. You won or you lost, and we lost. So, and we have to, I think we talk a lot about internally, the way we want to approach things is learn and grow through every experience and try to get better every single day. And then the rest is just noise. Mm-hmm. But if we can lock into learning and growing through the good, through the bad, through the progressions, regressions, plateaus, because in a season you have all that. And so I think the physicality, how hard they played, took us out of some stuff. I think, they beat us up in certain areas. Their force offensively, defensively, on the glass, turned the ball over 17 times. And so there was a lot that we have to clean up and be tougher and more sound. The encouraging piece was, we play that game without Kobe Johnson, who's our starting point guard, who's one of our best perimeter defender. We play that game. Robbie gets hurt with 5 minutes to go in a 3 or 4 point game.
Got into some foul trouble,
Got into foul trouble.
So that maybe it affected how he played defense.
We have a lot of guys in foul trouble. We played through that, and I think the encouraging thing was without Kobe, with Robbie going down, and we got down 12 with 6.5 minutes to go, and that's a part of a game where, man, you're fighting, you're a little shorthanded, you're down 12, there's 6.5 minutes to play. You could throw the rope in, throw the towel in and let go of the rope and say, hey, we lost by 20, and they just and we didn't.
Yeah.
And we dug back in, and within the final minute, it's a one-possession game. The final 20 seconds, it's a one-possession game. And we had every chance to win that game, so we're really disappointed we didn't get it done. We felt like we had every chance. Love the fight, love the resilience, the fortitude, the seeds of, we talk a lot about internally about competing together. And what does that mean? What does that look like? And when you can get a group to compete together and do it for 40 minutes, it gives you the best chance. And they did compete. We didn't win. We didn't play well enough, but we didn't lose because we didn't compete. We held the rope. We stayed together. Got down 12. Found a way to work our way back in. Cut it to 3. Had 2 chances to tie it inside the final 90 seconds. Get a defensive rebound. They got the ball with 1:18 left. We missed the second shot, and they come down. They get 3 offensive rebounds, and the clock goes from 1:19 to 19 seconds when we foul. We lose by 7. But that's a one-possession game inside of 20 seconds, and we gave ourselves chances. We just got to be better. But I leave out of there disappointed, but also certainly encouraged by what we can be, because the growth for our team is. That was really our first time playing together. I mean, the exhibitions, but those are Division II games. We're playing a NCAA tournament team on a neutral floor, first time together, playing, without Kobe, who we hope will be back here soon, is, like I said, brings a lot of value. Without no excuses, they came in and we fought and gave ourselves a chance. We just got to be better to get over the hump. We know where that line is, and now we can go and work to get better here over these next few weeks to be able to hit that line and surpass that line.
Tim, I've got a two-parter. Are we allowing two-parters?
Two-part questions are wonderful.
Okay, JR approves. Two-part question. Why did you take the SLU job? You had a lot of options out there. And did anyone try and talk you out of it? Oh, you don't want to go. Tell me about the process, why you said yes to SLU. It was an interesting spring. There was so much going on. It's like a whirlwind at once. When you're outside looking in, it's a lot of fun. When you're inside, it's not fun at all. And we were playing, which made it so much more complicated. We were on this long run, and so in very long story short, I had told myself, my agent, I wasn't going to talk to anybody till after the Missouri Valley tournament. Because the way the Missouri Valley works is we finish a week before everybody else. So like when we finished, we lost to Drake on that Sunday. Mm-hmm. We weren't going to know who our opponent was, what tournament. We thought we were in the NCAA tournament at that point as an at-large with a 27 net and all that stuff. But we weren't going to know for a week who we were playing. It was the next Sunday. So I told my agent I won't talk to anybody till after that. And I stuck to that, and taught a bunch of people. I thought SLU, the biggest things that stood out to me was one is the commitment off the bat. They played, I think on Thursday. They won on Wednesday, lost on Thursday. We Zoomed on Friday. And, Saturday night, Chris May was in Terre Haute. There wasn't, it was a very, they didn't do anything. They no reaching out before, nothing like that. But from our initial conversation Friday to Chris May being in town Saturday, I thought there was a tremendous amount of, hey, we really want you here. You're the guy for us, not, hey, we're going to talk to 5 or 6 people and go through this long process. That resonated with me. I wanted to go somewhere that was a city I felt like that we could be in for a long time, that we wanted to live in, Natalia and I both. And we were fortunate, I had never lived in St. Louis or spent much time here, and neither had Natalia, but we had a number of friends that grew up here, lived here in coaching,
Darren Angel, who worked for me in Indiana State, Jeremy Groves, now at College of Charleston, who went to Bonham Elementary right by where I live. You know, and so
All the greats.
Obviously, I missed that, but so I knew I had 5 or 6. My lawyer, who lives in St. Louis, like I had a bunch of people I knew who lived here, and every single person I talked to was like, it's such a great city to live in. It's a big city, but it feels like small town. It's a great sports town. And then the niche of like, if you can get St. Louis Billiken basketball going, like this can be something super special. You look at the facilities with the O'Loughlin Center being built. You look at, you know, the campus, the academics. And so we wanted somewhere with great resources. And it reminded me, to be honest, a lot of where I spent 13 years at Lincoln Memorial, just on a much grander scale, but private school, no football. Really a commitment from basketball from the top, and talking about the board of trustees down, permeates the university. They want to be good. And so it really checked a lot of boxes for us. At the end of the day, you know, I had an opportunity to return where I was. It came down to SLU in one other place. And, you know, I chose to be at SLU. And I'll say this, too, on this. You know, Chris May, you know, and Dr. Postello in particular did a really good job of, you know, talking me through the vision, what they wanted, their values, and I thought a lot of what they valued in terms of what they discussed with me lined up with what I believe in as well. And they understood, hey, you know, and there was a great commitment on their part to me and to building this and doing it the right way.
Great explanation of the process, which I'm sure was chaotic. Probably flattering, of course, but chaotic while you and your family are going through it. Josh Schertz, Billiken head coach, in studio with us for the 9 o'clock hour. We couldn't be more grateful spending the 9 o'clock hour with us here. The 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance is the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour on TMA. We'll take a commercial break. You're welcome to text in any questions you may have for the coach. 314-974-0101 is how you can call in the Collier and Thompson phone lines, and text in Air Comfort Service. Text inbox 314-399-9646. Send your emails in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email the day the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Billiken head coach Josh Schertz with us. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. New sponsor here on TMA. Love having this company on board. I got a chance to meet with them in person last month. Aesthetic is on board. It's aesthetic design and build. How does your deck look? This is a question that's a good time to start tending to it now if it's something you want to get ready for the next warm weather season. It's aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Gotten to know Dan and his team. They came out to my house, as a matter of fact, and they have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they walked me through all of the different types of custom work they are capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really have answers for it. All that is what I was interested in particular. The best thing is they don't take the high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with those gimmick discounts. They encourage you to go out and do your research. And they're confident, and once you compare the work they do with what else is out there, you will see they are the better choice. This is aesthetic design and build. Dan and his team, loyal listeners of the program, and they are ready to take your outdoor space to the next level. Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Call them at 636-532-5008. That's 636-532-5008. Or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know that I sent you their way. TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome back. 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Doug Vaughn vacationing. But Doug's fill-in today is Billiken head coach Josh Schertz. Got any broadcasting experience?
I feel like that's what you do. You transition from coaching to broadcasting. Doesn't seem. I know a lot of guys. I mean, Jeff Goodman broadcasts. These guys, there can't be that hard. So I figure, it's an easy transition. Doug's on vacation. We come back, let Doug coach, and I'll come in, slide in here. Slide in here. It seems like it'd be a fair trade, easy swap out.
Jeff told the story about your recruitment, or I guess the conversation with Robbie to have him join you.
Yeah.
Share that anecdote, because that broadcast, while I was watching it, I don't think that necessarily the nation and all of St. Louis. 2:00 game on YouTube. Yeah. I loved it. Yeah. But my schedule.
Your schedule's a little free in the daytime. Not everyone else
I'm either hitting golf balls or I'm betting on games in South Dakota.
There you go, one of the two. Yeah. Hopefully, doing well in both. But but no, they. So Robbie and I, it was kind of like the whole team. I had as they kind of got to where we were getting ready, Selection Sunday, we don't get in, which is pretty devastating. And then ESPN puts out a report that night that I'm talking to St. Louis, and they mention St. Louis and Louisville, and so this becomes like a national story. Well, we have to turn, so the guys are crushed we didn't get in. This comes out Sunday night, late Sunday night. And then we have to turn around Monday and practice because we play SMU on Wednesday. And so my thought was, like, you got to handle these things head on and deal with them. And so the 5 starters at Indiana State last year all had eligibility remaining, whether it was 1 year or 2 years. But each one of them had eligibility remaining. Yeah. And I was going to address the team, but I want to address those guys first because, my thought was, if they all want to come back and they're just committed to, hey, we had a special group, really great culture, great chemistry, obviously, you watch us play. If they were like, hey, look, we all want to come back, we want to do it here, then I would have came back. I would have gone back because I'm not going to leave them.
Is that right?
Yeah, if they would have said, hey, like, I'm 100%, I want to do it, I want to do it in Terre Haute, I don't want to transfer, or I'm coming back 100%, then I would have joined them. I mean, I wasn't going to leave them. That was a special team, and I think
that's a character thing right there, man. I got to tell you that. Yeah, I really do think that's a character. You're not going to say that, don't you think, Martin? I mean, so many coaches that we've covered would be bouncing in a heartbeat, and I'm not saying that's wrong, by the way. No, but the fact that you would have passed up some opportunity.
A little bit of unfinished business. So for that group that was because they got screwed by the NCAA, I wondered that if they thought, hey, we're coming back, we're going to shove it down their throat and win every game.
And that would happen the year before. So I'm obviously, one of my best friends in coaching is Dusty May, who's now at Michigan, was at FAU. And Dusty kind of they made the Final Four run, brought everybody back. And I didn't want it to be a distraction. I would have done it until after the season, but with that kind of being as a backdrop. So I sat down individually with each starter, and I just said, hey, look, there's going to be some opportunities. I'm not asking you like for a full-on commitment. I want to see where your head is, because if you want to, and this is like, hey, I want to come back, I want to do it here, we want to stay together, we're not breaking up, we're not going to go our separate ways in the year, then I'll do it. And I said, look, everybody's going to have to turn down, a lot of money to do that, and that's fine. Like, I'm right with you guys to do that. But so Robbie was one I had the conversation with, and it was funny because Robbie was like, well, I got to kind of think about it. And, I don't know if I would put my name in the portal and figure it out. He's like, but I'll talk to my family. And so I think, he left and went out, and I guess I went to Panda and had some orange chicken. And then,
did you know this, Martin?
And then text me like 40 minutes later, literally 45 minutes later, was like, hey, I'm in, like, whatever you do. And that just shows Robbie. Robbie's like, whatever you do, like, wherever you go, he's like, I'm in. If you stay here, I'm staying. If you leave, I'm leaving. But like, whatever you do, I'm with you. And to his credit, I mean, people don't realize, like, I mean, he could have made, and I'm not throwing out a random number, but I mean, he could have made probably close, to $1 million more somewhere else this year than he's making in St. Louis to play. Like, to think about a kid, doing that and not just loyalty, but just like the human being he is, the character he has, what he's about, the fiber of him. To think about that, if somebody says, hey, we'll give you $1 million more to do this, for him not to do that is just, incredibly impressive. And it was, when we had those conversations, 3 of the guys were like, hey, we're going to be with you. And then 2 of the guys were kind of more, we want to see what's out there. So I knew we weren't going to come back fully intact. And the other thing that happened in that in that deal last year was when they made the rule in December to change it from where transfers could transfer unlimited times. Before the rule was you could transfer once, and then you had to sit out if you did. So Ryan Conwell, Isaiah Swope, and Jason Kent going into, they would have had to come back to Indiana State had the rule not changed.
Yeah.
They had all transferred, Jason from Bradley, Ryan from South Florida, Isaiah from Southern Indiana. So when we had that team, we really thought we were going to have that team for the next couple of years. And then the NCAA changed that rule in December, but we didn't, we couldn't have foresaw that. So it changed a lot of things. When they could all transfer and go wherever they wanted and all that, then it made it a little easier for, coaches probably the same way because, guys can make their own decision. I knew all 5 of those guys were going to be in great shape, financially and in terms of situations. And Jason and Julian wound up at Texas, and Ryan wound up at Xavier, and obviously Robbie and Isaiah wound up here at St. Louis, and so everybody wound up in a really good situation.
And Robbie went to he and Ken went to high school together, right?
He and Ken went to high school together. Yep.
And was Robbie like a late bloomer? Tell us how this. He's a phenomenon. Now the goggles is a big part of it, but you don't see big men passing like that. That's just so rare. Tell me when you first saw him and what you thought he was.
Yeah, when I got a chance to watch him, Zach Bovair, who's with me now, was with me at Indiana State. He's like, there's this kid, doesn't look like a player, but, we need to go see him. It was coming right out of COVID, so nobody had seen anybody.
Yeah.
And so, I wound up recruiting my first day in Indiana as Indiana State's head coach. We couldn't go out, and then in June, we were allowed out. June of 21, I went and saw Indiana Top 100, saw Ryan Conwell, fell in love with him. And then the next day, that night, I drove to Chicago, and I went and I watched Robbie in his high school event, and you could just, he played for a great high school coach, and Matt Mansky. He played like Matt. The way they ran their offense was like a Princeton offense. He had the ball in his hands a ton. You could see the skill level. You could see a kid that really understood how to play. Obviously, where his recruitment people missed on, was the athleticism. Was okay. Well, he's not. He's not this high flyer. He's not this speed demon. Can he compete? And certainly, I think what they mistook was like his mental quickness makes up for some of the lack of physical quickness, and then his ability his skill level and his ability to process the game are at the highest levels. And the more I saw him, you could just watch him play. He made the right reads over and over and over again. And the way we use him, and it's funny, because now that he's out here for a period of time, we're going to have to tweak how we play because you can't just, you could, but nobody can do what he does. And I honestly would play differently if we didn't have him. And it won't be a tweak that the average fan won't know when they watch us play that there's anything different from him being out there or not. But we know internally it's a pretty big adjustment we have to make without him. But the way we could use him was how Denver uses Jokic. He's rare in the archetype of centers because he, if you look at the NBA, which is where a lot of this goes, there's a guy like Domantas Sabonis from the Kings, and he can really dribble and pass, but he's starting to shoot threes, but doesn't shoot threes. There's Bam Adebayo, who doesn't really pass or shoot, but he's terrific dribbling the basketball. There's guys like Porzingis that don't really create much action, but they have gravity, they space the floor, shoot a ton of threes. Chet Holmgren, Robbie, Jokic, those rare guys that they can dribble, pass, and shoot. And do it all at the highest level. Robbie's just like a 6'10" point guard out there, facilitating offense. His ability to see over everything. He can, there's a difference between able to hit a guy who's open, and if you watch Robbie, he can. It's like in football, they say you can throw somebody open, like they're not open, but he can see and he throws it ahead of them and leads them to where the guy's not open, and that's just you're talking about not many guys in the world, NBA, anywhere, have that ability to throw guys open. Robbie can throw guys open, and so he's just a unicorn, one of one. And you can see the makings of that in high school, and then you can see his leadership skills.
He is so fun to watch. Yeah. For college basketball fans, even if you're not a college basketball fan, you're going to want to watch this team. And I'm not saying this because you're sitting here. I mean, I was watching it on Tuesday. I'm like, this is a fun brand of basketball. There's real potential here, especially, the market right now in St. Louis, there's an opening. I mean, that's just the nature of economics, supply and demand. And as some of your peers in basketball said, when this thing was going, and it's been going at multiple times, different generations, people really rally behind this program. Josh Schertz in studio with us, the Billikens head coach, kind enough to join us in studio. We'll take a commercial break. There is a text that keeps coming in, Martin. You might be seeing it. Anytime we have a St. Louis U basketball coach on, there is a question that immediately
What kind of fry do you like?
We will ask him what his favorite French fry is. That's inevitable, but there is another one. Do you know what this question is?
Do I know? No.
Okay.
Scheduling related.
I think that's it. Now, is that a good hint? Do you know?
I do, probably about,
And you didn't step on it, which shows that you're ready to fill in for Doug, and Doug can go coach the Billikens.
Doug can handle that scheduling question. Dan can get Dennis Gates on the phone and get it done.
Josh Schertz in studio with us. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN.
Great spot to socialize, entertain clients, get a workout in, host your daughter's wedding, all of that. One spot, the Missouri Athletic Club. It's been around for more than a century now. You've probably been to an event downtown, maybe the Jack Buck Sports Awards coming up next month. MAC, a traditional hangout downtown, also out west. And really, if you want to work out at 5, 6 a.m., you want to just have your friends meet you at the bar after work, you can do all of it. One spot. Service is great. That's a real challenge these days, getting great service. Food's even better. You get to know all the folks that work at the MAC, long-time employees, because they love working there. It really is a cool spot for the kids, for the family, your workouts, or your social calendar. All of it, one spot. The Missouri Athletic Club, mac-stl.org is where you can find out more. You can entertain the family, have Thanksgiving dinner there. Go down for a ball game, grab the shuttle, go to the Blues game, the Billikens game. If you're going to I'll bet you Troy Robertson, Ryan Luchtefeld will be posted up at the Jack Buck Grill waiting to get on the shuttle to head over to a Billikens game. Do the parking right there in the back parking lot at the MAC. Find out more at mac-stl.org.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Nuggets with a statement win over the Oklahoma City Thunder, 124-122. It's a day that ends in Y, and Nikola Jokic had another triple-double, 23 points, 20 rebounds, 16 assists for the reigning MVP. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. I feel like Jackson was just auditioning for the Billiken staff there by making sure he, with Josh Schertz in studio, just raved about
20 boards. 20 boards. I mean, I'm not a volume stat guy, but still, 20 boards is nothing to sneeze at.
I see what's going on, Martin.
When Coach Schertz was rattling off all the NBA names, Jackson was doing like a cartwheel over there.
Coach, you're not aware of this, but Jackson catches a lot of hell from. Maybe you are. I doubt it, though. A lot of hell from the audience for his love of the NBA in particular, but basketball in general, and his defiance against getting on board with hockey. And this, of course, is the home station of the St. Louis Blues. And so he trolls the audience with these Sports Center updates with NBA, and then you start rattling off these players, and his heart rate probably.
I love the Jokic comparison because their footwork, the way they facilitate from the top of the key, both back the basket or facing.
Look what we opened up here.
Okay,
we go.
Coach.
All right,
we got a coach over here. Okay,
we're good.
Calm down, Jackie.
Maybe we can let Doug take in. I'll just slide in Jackson coach.
How about that? What would you do if you had a chance to coach the Billikens?
1-3-1 zone, baby.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, boy, I'm telling you, I really do feel like this is a job interview all of a sudden.
I think nerves could be an issue, and Jackson would call a lot of timeouts early. It's 2-0. Timeout.
You don't want to leave.
4-0. Timeout.
You're not trying to leave South Dakota with timeouts in your pocket.
Yeah, exactly. Burn them all early.
Coach, I deep teased this. You knew what the question was going to be. Number of texters asking about playing Missouri on a regular basis. Also, some people asking about playing Illinois on a regular basis. Everybody who has coached the Billikens, to a lesser extent, I feel like it goes on for the Missouri coach and the Illinois coach, gets asked about it. What is your response?
You know, we would love to play home and home series with, Illinois, Missouri, whomever, Marquette. I mean, there's any high major we would have to. I think we're people, and it's an unfortunate reality, and I know people don't understand, like scheduling. But what has changed is, and it's not necessarily a negative thing. Like for the fans, it probably is. Where back 10 years ago, those things were more common. And what's happened now is everybody's trying to figure out how to maximize the amount of teams they get into the NCAA tournament, which makes sense. So the Big Ten and the SEC and the Big 12 and and the ACC and the Big East are all trying to figure out, like, how do we maximize the amount of teams that we get into the field, which ultimately all you got to do is how high can you get your net in non-conference. So when you hit conference play, all the games are quad 1, quad 2. So everybody's trying to figure out how to best put their net in the best position and have no bad games. And because once you get to basically January 1, your net's set as a league. Yeah. They're just playing each other. Yeah. So it's all the non-conference. So what people have tried to do for the most part at the highest levels is play quad 4s or quad 1s. And without getting, like, that's usually really bad teams that they're going to beat by a lot of points, which helps them in their net and their efficiencies, or quad 1s where it's not a bad loss if you lose, and if you win, it's a great win. I think Santa Clara will wind up being a quad 1 game for us, worse quad 2, but probably a quad 1. Mm-hmm. And so we have to put ourselves in position we don't want to be a quad 4 because that means we'll be one of the worst teams in the country. Bottom 100. We don't want to be that. And to be a quad 1 game, we got to move ourselves in that top 50. And I think people, that maybe those things, happen. But certainly from us, if Dennis Gates called me today or Brad Owen called me today and say, hey, we're going to go home and home, we'd sign the contract today. But that's not going to happen. And so we have to kind of earn those, to play those guys in home and homes. What we will do is I think, we're not going to announce it yet, but we're in a really good MTE next year in a great destination. We think we'll get some high major games there on a neutral floor. We have Grand Canyon in San Francisco, which will be quad 1 road games. They'll come back to Chaffetz next year. We're going to try to hopefully get at least one more high quality, home game in Chaffetz. And then hopefully right now our best opportunity for those games is going to be on a neutral floor in those MTEs or in a like what we just did in South Dakota. And we're going to keep hunting those games. And as we get better, I think those home and homes, some of those home and homes, not saying Missouri or Illinois, but those Power 4 home and homes will start to materialize more often.
Multi-team events, Tim, the MTE. So it could be in the Bahamas, it could be in Hawaii, those sorts of things, right?
Yeah.
Remember Bob Ramsey, the great Billiken announcer, one year he took the Southeast Missouri football announcing job because he looked at the schedule and they're playing in Hawaii. Talk about going all in for one big trip to Hawaii. That was a Rammer move.
That is, sounds like the Rammer I know.
So it sounds like if your program is really top tier, then Mizzou says, it's worth playing them because if we lose, it's a really good loss.
Correct.
As opposed to not being. So it's changed a little bit because it used to just be more, I think, of a power play. Hey, we're Mizzou and you're SLU. We don't have to schedule you. Whereas now it's more specific to the quads.
Right, because that's what everybody is looking at is like quads, net, your overall net strength to schedule. Like, there's like people look at our schedule and they go, oh man, it's not a good schedule. Well, when it plays out, we'll probably have the second best non-conference schedule in the A10, and then we have the hardest schedule based on what people would say in the A10. So our strength of schedule is going to be great. Like when we look at, because now what ours does is it lacks the name brand recognition, but so people say Santa Clara, what's Santa Clara?
Right.
And then you play a Loyola Marymount team that's a top 120 team, but then we go to Wichita State, we go to Kansas City, play Wichita State on neutral, which is a top 100 team, and then people go, well, Quinnipiac, UMass Lowell. Well, Quinnipiac and UMass Lowell are projected NCAA tournament teams. They're predicted to win their league, and then we have quad 1 road opportunities, at San Francisco, at Grand Canyon. So there's a lot of opportunity. We got to take advantage of it. But, people want the name brand, recognition of, hey, are we playing Missouri? And there's times like last year where, man, would you have, when you're scheduling and you scheduled Indiana State or Missouri, you'd think, well, Missouri is a way better game. But if you look at the net, we were 150 spots above Missouri at Indiana State. So, we were a quad 1
for Jackson's Tigers.
Yeah, we were a quad 1 game because we were top 30 for Alabama, Michigan. We helped those guys.
Yeah, you helped them.
And so so you never really know. But that's what everybody's trying to do is trying to basically set it up to pump their net up and efficiency. How much you win by your offense, defense, as a part of the net and those quad 4 games. Missouri's schedule this year, I think, has 9 games that are quad 4.
Jackson
and they have 4.
Yeah,
they have 4 high major games and 9 games, that's not atypical. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what people are doing. They're going to buy 8 or 9 games, bring those teams there, 300 plus, and then they're going to try to play 3 or 4 really good games on a neutral floor and see how they do in those and get their net, and then they play in the SEC and see how they do.
This is the formula.
That is the formula.
In 2024, that's the way that it is. Hey, it's 9:49 at St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Josh Schertz, kind enough to join us in studio. We don't want to hog your time, but I'm enjoying the conversation. I know the audience is as well. I have a couple more questions. I'm sure Martin does as well. So, hey, as long as you're willing to sit here.
This new role that I'm taking over for Doug.
This is kind of a resume moment.
Yeah, I'm working basically what Doug's schedule is, so it's fine. It's no big deal. He's on vacation. I'm here. I'm working. It's no problem.
Tim, Kevin at the lake thinks they should have an MT at the lake. So, Ozarks.
No, I'm with that. I'm with that. The
Jackson's
Ozarks
on board with the Lake of the Ozarks, just so you know.
Yeah, they play these MTs in these ballrooms, and it's so dark out there and so white on the court. I just imagine that's a
But you've been to the lake, is what you're saying. Did you go to Branson too?
I did. I went to Branson. Yeah, I did. I'd been there before to Link Academy recruiting, previously, but we went on a mini vacation this summer up to it It was like Cedar.
Big Cedar.
Big Cedar,
I saw him drinking some wine.
Yes. Big Cedar, which was awesome.
It's become a big golf destination.
I played. I think I lost, I don't know how many balls I started with, but I ended with 0. My son and I played. There's a lot of water on that course. That's what I can tell you. And I did not clear it enough. I did not clear it enough.
Josh Schertz in studio with us. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program is The Morning After. We will continue with the coach here in the next segment. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. New sponsor here on TMA. Keep saying it. Keep loving to say it to you. And it's great to have Universal Windows Direct on board with the show as we head into winter. You don't want to be stuck with old, drafty windows making your heating system work overtime. Universal Windows Direct is here to help keep you warm and save you money on those energy bills with their exclusive Super Spacer technology. These windows help keep the edge of the glass warmer, making your home more energy efficient and comfortable all season long. And here is the best part of what Universal Windows Direct is doing for our listeners. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. There is no limit. And on top of that, Universal Windows Direct is offering 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years interest-free. Restrictions apply. It's Universal Windows Direct, backing their windows with a true lifetime warranty. Call Universal Windows Direct today, 314-334-2522. Remember, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free plus 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Call today, 314-334-2522. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Doug Vaughn vacationing, and Billiken head coach Josh Schertz is replacing him. So that's kind of a development. I would imagine you'll see that online here with
Fake
the next
Doug?
one. Fake Doug. Josh Schertz.
I need the extra income. My wife's renovating the inside of the house, so this is fine.
Oh, is that right?
She's doing internal renovation, so a second job really wouldn't be that.
I'm sure Chris May wouldn't mind.
Yeah, Chris May wouldn't care. He knows. I mean, I got to be able to cover the internal decor of the house.
This audience, not only did they want to know about playing Missouri and playing Illinois, and that was a great answer and explanation, especially with the quad 1, quad 4 breakdown for how things work for teams now. But also, this particular audience really loves French fries. Do you have a favorite French fry from a particular restaurant? And if so, what cut would the fry be?
Well, if I did, I probably couldn't mention on air because my wife's probably listening and she's not letting me eat fried food. So then I would be obviously.
Oh, is that right?
I would be telling on myself.
A lot of grievances.
She's trying to get me to lose some weight. So I'm telling her I'm not eating fries. And if I talk about this, then I'm just telling on myself.
Hypothetically,
if I was to eat a fry.
Thank you.
No, I love. I've had some really good ones. Waffle fries are obviously fantastic.
That's a great answer.
I love the just
Village Bar.
I've had
Village Bar.
Yeah, the ones we have. We take recruits a lot of time to go to the Chop House, the 801 Chop House side fries. Really good.
That 801 Chop House.
I had ones with, and I can't remember where I went. I might have been to Max Bar and Grill with my son.
It's a wonderful. These are great answers.
And they had some like
rip
cheese
fries.
Yes.
The riplet dust.
Yes. Yeah, those were delicious.
As good as it gets.
Yeah. So I mean, I've had some
thorough answer.
Now I would have. I didn't eat any of those, obviously, but
you heard they were good.
They were good. And people say that. So if my wife's listening, yeah, that's just what I've heard. I'm just conveying the what people have told me.
So fry recommendations. We were talking about this during the commercial break. I don't know how many people in the audience are aware of it. There was an ESPN story on it, and that is what you were doing before basketball. We're talking about way back when. And is it fair to say you probably wouldn't want to categorize yourself as a tennis prodigy, but I think you're probably a tennis prodigy.
Oh, I don't know. I was good. I was those people that like, I was good when I was young. I got progressively worse. And then as I've gotten older, I've made myself progressively better. It's kind of like you go back and just everything was better when you were younger. But I was a good player when I was young.
And we're talking young, what age?
I was like in the 12 and unders. I was one of the best players in the country in that age group.
That's huge, man. You're growing up where?
I was growing up in New York, so
right.
I was as a kid, I was #1 ranked player in the state of New York, and so I moved to a tennis academy in Florida, Greenleaf, which is in Haines City, and I trained there with, they had a lot of, probably the most famous player that came out of that time that was there with me was Jennifer Capriati, and so trained at the tennis academy, kind of went to school in the morning for a couple hours and trained and traveled, and then my family wound up moving to South Florida to kind of for my tennis, and so my dad continued to work in New York, but they bought a house in South Florida, so because I was away from my family for a period of time, then moved back in, and then so trained there. But everybody grew, and I did not. So as that like in most sports, tennis, serving and size and your wingspan on the covering the court, volleys, and so it just people could hit through you more. I was one of those guys that when I was younger, I'd be out there for 2.5 hours, to win 6-2, 6-3, and then that being a backboard wasn't quite good enough as we got into the later 14s and then 15, 16 unders.
Wow, man!
Look at that. Tim went to radio camp as a kid. They sent him away for a while. His dad sent him down to Florida.
It's obviously paid off when he was 12.
Absolutely, radio camp. God, Martin and I do a Scared Straight program before we'd allow kids to do that. My goodness. I'm curious. You were talking about the time, a long period of time at Lincoln Memorial. Mm-hmm. Oftentimes when a coach ascends, as you have here, they're doing it in their late 20s or early 30s. I was in school at the University of Missouri when they hired Quinn Snyder. Now, granted, that was an outlier. He was 32 or 33 when he replaced Norm Stewart. He was on Krzyzewski's staff, so he had that microscope. But you were at a place for a long period of time, and then your star skyrockets in your late 40s. I mean, so I'm curious for you. You have this tennis career, and as you said, you didn't grow, it didn't materialize, you kind of get burned out. But in basketball, did you always have your eye on and belief that you were going to ascend and get to the level that you're now at in one of the hot commodities in college basketball?
You know, I don't think I did. I got into coaching. I spent 10 years, as an assistant and associate head coach. I spent most of my career in Division II, I had spent 5 years as the associate head coach at High Point University in North Carolina, and I got the job at Lincoln Memorial at 32, with less hair than Quinn. Not as good at metabolism and not as smart, but other than that, it was very similar in terms of. And it wasn't Missouri; it was Harrogate, Tennessee. But other than that, it was really basically a mirror image of each other. Comp. Yeah, great comparison. I felt like that was like just literally almost identical, except for those things. And so, it was funny. We moved there, and Harrogate's a town of 4,000 people. I mean, it's really in Appalachia. And I got there, and I was like, I wanted to be a head coach, and that was the only place that would hire me. I'd had chances, interviewed, couldn't get jobs. I really wanted to try and see if I could be a head coach. I had all these ideas about how we wanted to play and what I wanted to do, and felt like an assistant forever, even though it was only 10 years. And I was like, man, and so this place hires me. They'd won one game the year before. They were coming off, 7 straight 20-loss seasons, never been to the NCAA tournament. And it was like, it's an impossible place to win. You're like in the middle of nowhere, Tennessee. It's a dry county. You can't drink there. You can't even get alcohol there. It's in the mountains, and the school has not even 1,000 people going to school there. And so it's like you take this job, and I remember, Natalia, my wife, the first 6 months, she cried every day about that place. And I was like, man, I really, messed this up. And we came in, and, we won, 14 games the first year. And the second year we won 20 games, which was the first time in the school's NCAA history they won 20 games. The third year we started off 22-0, and we win, regular season championship against the tournament first time. And we wound up loving it. And it just became such an amazing place for us. I think I would have spent my whole career there. I had some chances to go Division I as a head coach. That I turned down, and then not like people were beating my door down. I mean, it wasn't like people were like, "Oh my God, we want to hire."
You turned down Duke to stay at Lincoln Memorial.
Exactly. Clip that. Exactly. That was I don't want to make it like people were, but I had, 4 or 5 chances to go to low major jobs, and I had such a good job. we had a president, a chair of the board who's still like a father to me, Pete DeBusk. He's still going strong at 82. Wow. Pete's like a dad to me. He's the chair of the board at Lincoln Memorial. Jim Dawson was our president. We had a great relationship. Matt Green was our AD. Roger Vanoy hired me, and then Matt took over after like 5 or 6 years. So there was just this utopian existence there that we felt like my wife and I did and that we would never leave it. And then the president retired. They hired a president that wasn't super athletic friendly. The athletic director left, took a different job. Mm-hmm. And, and so it was like, man, and even at Indiana State, I've told this story before, but we were driving up to go. And the thing to me, the intrigue to me with Indiana State was, I had this, it had become, LMU started as a terrible job, and then it became the best job in the country. We had the most resources, the highest budget. We had the biggest staff. I was the highest paid coach in the country, Division II. Like anything, it was better than any low major job. I wasn't going to take a job in a bus league. I wasn't going to go to the OVC or the Horizon. We had poured our blood, sweat, and tears in this place, and and we had a great culture, great kids, and it was sustained to win for a long period of time. We lost my last year. We lost on a buzzer beater in the Final Four to go back to the national championship game. We had the COVID year. The year before, had won 32 straight. When COVID hit, we were number 1 in the country going into that. I mean, it was rolling, and so we were driving up to go meet with the AD and the people at Indiana State to sign a contract. We were meeting in Lexington, Kentucky, because it was still in the COVID period. And I got about, 10 minutes from the hotel. It was about 2 hours from me. And I looked at my wife and I was like, I don't want to do this. I was like, I don't want to go to Indiana State. And she was like, all right, let's turn around. And so I literally turned the car around, got off the interstate, started driving back to Harrogate, and I called the AD that I'd worked with, Matt Green, who had left. And Matt taught me for about 20 minutes and talked me back into the job to take it. And so I wound up, now I'm going to be super late. So now I had to turn back around. Now I'm back 30 minutes away. I had to come back and told them I hit traffic or something. I didn't want them to know.
Grab some fries.
Yeah, I grabbed some waffle fries. And so we came back and did it. But the thing about Indiana State that, at that time was like, it's Missouri Valley. It's a top, consensually a top 10, 12 league in the country. It was a job at Indiana State. Everybody says, man, you can't win there. It's kind of like the job at Lincoln Memorial. And I wanted to see and test it. I wondered if we just hit lightning in a bottle, Lincoln Memorial. But the president retiring, the AD leaving, if those things don't happen, I probably spent my whole career at Lincoln Memorial, and I don't know that I would have left for any other job. I'm much more about like relationships, people, happiness. I never had when I was growing my teeth in coaching, I always wanted to coach in the NBA. I never really had like a college of like, I want to coach at this high major. I love coaching more than I do all the ancillary stuff that surrounds coaching, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It's just so great to hear. This is like the most refreshing damn thing going. That's unbelievable. So you would have just been like, yeah, I'm good at Lincoln Memorial. And
I would have been good my whole career there. We loved it. I mean, it was pure coaching. It was super competitive. Great coaches. I coached kids I loved being around. I was supported. We had a place that really cared about winning. The people there, the people of Appalachia, spending time there. You have a guy like myself coming in. You have a Jewish guy with a Hispanic wife. You're like, how's this going to work? And the people couldn't have been better. Yeah. I mean, we have a lot. I mean, they'll come to St. Louis. They came to Terre Haute. Like, they come down from Harrogate. They still follow us everywhere we go. They support us. The people were amazing. And then, like I said, the chair of the board there, my relationship with him, they just, anything they could do to make the job good, they did. And when you're there that long, you start to think about this could be. And I've never coached for, I've never done it for the money or done. I mean, obviously you want to be, the two things in coaching hardest to get are financial security and security, right? I mean, so, but I didn't coach for that reason. And I was making plenty of money and I had great security. I had a lifetime contract there. And so I just felt like I could stay there my whole life. And then those things changed. And then Indiana State was such a unique jump because it wasn't the jump to like I said, the OVC or the Horizon, the Atlantic Sun. It was a jump to a true mid-major conference and what was considered the worst job in that conference. And so it was really a chance for me to test myself and think, all right, now we have these ideas, what we think we can do. It worked here, but maybe we just, we kind of struck lightning, or caught lightning in a bottle. And let's see if we can do it on a bigger stage in the Missouri Valley. And, so that was what the intrigue was to leave.
And one of the texters asked, any Larry Bird interactions? I think last year we kept thinking, Bird will be around that first time since they get ranked. First time since Larry Bird. I don't know. I don't think he's that active. Even Jason Tatum just met him last year.
Oh, is that right?
In his 5th or 6th year with the Celtics. Game. They met at the All-Star game. And I said, how is that? They said he just doesn't come around a lot. Was that true at Indiana State?
Yeah. It was funny. He would text his best friend is a guy named Greg Gibson. Max and Jackie Gibson are, they were the ones who kind of own that I guess garbage sanitation company that Bird worked for when he was in Terre Haute. Greg is their kid. He's a couple years younger than Larry, but he would text Greg and be like, I watched it, but so like we got it that way, but never and I just think he's that way. I didn't take it as like a personal affront. Larry Bird is just the opposite of, there's guys like Magic Johnson who love being out there, really gregarious and with the people. And there's guys like Larry Bird who, they don't want that and you respect it. And so, no interactions. I would have been fanboying there anyway. So it's probably good. I would have been a fool of myself. So it's probably better they didn't come around. He's guy obviously loved.
Remember that one time Robert Parrish no-looked it to you and then you dished it to McHale? Wasn't that cool? Like,
the left-handed shot on the back. Remember that? Yeah, just do
that text was from the chief smuggling bear. So that's who sent in the Larry Bird question.
Yeah. Coach, this has been wonderful. I've enjoyed the hell out of this. Thank you so much for coming in. This has been great to talk it over. Billiken head coach Josh Schertz in studio with us here on TMA for the entirety of the 9 o'clock hour and now part of the 10 o'clock hour. The upcoming schedule for Billiken fans who want to come out and go, man, I like this guy. I want to support the team.
Yeah.
We got this
Sunday.
Yeah, home opener Sunday against Avila. I don't know if that's pronounced right, but that's the way Robbie pronounced his last name.
So we're going to go with it.
Yeah, if it's Avila, I'm sorry.
Bulletin material.
Yeah, they're going to definitely be pissed at me now. I'd rather piss off them than piss off Robbie. So we'll go with Avila, and then Loyola Marymount on the 16th at home. So the next 2 home games, then we go to Wichita. We go to Kansas City, play Wichita State, and then back for 2 projected NCAA tournament teams. Quinnipiac on the 25th, the day before, and then the 27th against UMass Lowell. There that Thanksgiving week. So Monday, Wednesday,
and the game Sunday's at 3:00. Shafe, it's perfect time this Sunday. Come out and see the squad.
I'll take the boys down there.
Yeah, come on out. We'd love to see everybody.
Jimerson, he's been there since the Ford administration. You can see all the boys in action on Sunday.
It's fun to watch, man. It's fun
Great
brand of
arena.
basketball. I am telling you, it really is. I loved watching.
Appreciate it.
On Tuesday, and I'm looking forward to this upcoming
keep getting
season.
better, and I think hopefully people come to be entertained and see a good product team that plays together. And I think hopefully it's the start of building something special here. We pack this place out.
Absolutely.
Timmy, I'll meet you there. We'll get some fries and watch the
We'll
game.
have some fries. We'll just be waving them at
And
the
Chris
coach.
May will say, "Are you wearing Marquette gear? Get it off. Take it off."
Josh Shirts with us here on the program. Munganess sponsor the 10 o'clock hour online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. They pride themselves on being accessible to TMA listeners, so they set up a number you can call or text, and that number is 314-252-0029. Call or text, and you're talking with the people in charge. Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. That's Jamie Burkhardt. That's Peter Munganess. Their names on the dealerships. And then in the service department, it's Ryan Seiberg. It's where I go to get my cars. It's where I recommend you go to get yours as well. They're wonderful people. Longtime sponsor of the show, Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. All right, we'll come back with our 10 o'clock hour, even though it's 10:11. You're listening to TMA. This is 101 ESPN. Martin, I got to tell you something.
You can tell me. It's all right.
I loved that interview. That as you said in the break, we could have gone full Rogan with him, meaning we could have gone 3.5, 4 hours with Billiken coach Josh Schertz.
How does it, when Rogan books a guest, do they say
they know the deal is 3 hours?
I know. We bring somebody in, they're like, yeah, come on down and see the Bills play on Sunday. Like hour and 10 minutes later, like, yeah, one more real quick. But people really enjoyed it, and
did they? Haven't been looking at
one of the texts that I enjoyed is from the Veiled Prophet, which is, of course, offensive that they even have that.
Thank you.
Where are all you no sports talk dorks now? Drink some bleach. Tim, you're the best.
Yep. Well,
that's the Veiled Prophet.
I feel like
that's a great point.
There it is. I was saying, here comes an impression of my father.
I actually told myself today I'm going to do a little less Mr. Timmy's dad, and I just can't help it sometimes.
I understand.
Awesome interview. We'll definitely be following SLU men's basketball this year. A lot of folks, some people said they hate the league. I don't know, the A-10, people are not excited about that.
It's the coaches.
Right. I'm more interested in his story, which is what this was sort of about.
Yeah.
Getting to know Coach Schertz, who is media savvy, but also just a real guy.
That was so, I could sit there and BS with that guy all day, man. That was awesome. Jackson, I assume you're still probably enjoying a soft cow?
Yeah. Anytime you're just talking ball for an hour with a guy like that. Not to mention, he's like a really, like in the break, like such a nice guy, genuine guy. You know, I know it's such a little thing, but like all I do is say hi, I'm Jackson at the beginning, like an hour and a half ago, and then he goes, "Great to meet you, Jackson. Thanks so much." And it's just like little stuff like that. It makes a difference. You know, it means that they really did like do some effort to remember you, and it's cool. I think
I could pull him into the alliance. You want me to talk to him offline?
Ooh.
Offline.
So he's going to be part of the alliance?
We have a lot of similarities, a lot of connections.
What are we going to do? How are we going to answer this?
A lot of similarities.
Chairman Jackson doesn't even have your mic on anymore. That's what's going on with the alliance.
I got nothing going on over here.
He's complaining about the gig.
I was looking over at Jackson when Coach was going into breaking down some NBA guys, and he was just fully torqued. He was just...
I loved the comparisons. I thought they were great.
He seemed like he might be willing to fill in for Doug, too.
It does seem like he's interested in the gig. And trust me, Doug would be fine with it. You can get involved on the program, 314-399-9646. About an hour and 10-minute conversation with the Billikens head coach. I love that stuff, man. I can't get enough of those kinds of conversations. And it isn't about, he's the head coach of the Billikens, and that's great. But just anybody who's going to sit down and just be BS openly, that's my kind of thing. That's why I love like a podcast format. I know you do them. We haven't even played the Willie McGee interview.
And we might have to save that for tomorrow. I don't know. Deep teasing it.
So what do we got tomorrow? We got Bernie Federko following the Blues and Utah.
Strick is coming in.
Strick Nasty.
Strick likes to goof off too. We've spent a half hour on the air talking about carpool.
Oh,
look out.
Here's a new development. Robert Thomas at 8 o'clock.
Wow! It's all happening.
Blues Day. Tomorrow we'll be breaking down the game tonight, which is against the Utah Hockey Club. That
Jackson will be giving his 3 points for the game.
That Clayton Keller is in town. Blues are looking for a third straight. They have not won 3 in a row all year. So Blues breakdown Friday. Maybe the McGee clips tomorrow. And I have a theme, Tim, and I'm being serious. Willie McGee approval rating among the fans. Is it 100%? And then you start throwing names up. Mark McGuire, hugely popular, but there's some people who aren't real happy.
Absolutely.
Scott Rowland, hugely popular. Some people, Matt Holliday, very popular. Some people, you see where I'm going here?
Willie McGee might have universal
highest
approval.
Percentage?
For real. It might be there. You'd go Pujols, Wainwright.
But there's some people mad at Pujols for leaving, so you lose.
Yeah, you don't want those people on your side.
What about I'm saying? There are...
it's like there's like I don't want certain people at my party. And
Joey
it's good.
Vitale.
I was about to say.
Goes back to that.
My wife's texting me, what's the date on the party? We're going to make sure we have a babysitter. Yeah.
Must be nice, huh, Jackie? Invites and all. Hey, we'll be at Schertz's house breaking down film.
Yeah,
the Alliance. Chairman Kirk, if I'm invited, you're invited. That's the perk of the Alliance with me.
You have your offer to watch the kids, but I'll go.
His mic still wasn't on. Turn his mic on, Jackson!
It's on.
Hey, you girls have your elf party.
He's trying to silence our alliance.
He is. Silence the Alliance. New T-shirt.
Brick by brick.
TMASTLshop.com. Chairman Kurt, do you have new merch coming in there, by the way?
Yeah, supposed to be.
That TMA hat, I got one coming to me. It's a sharp look.
I like this rope hat.
Yeah, it's a sharp look. Yeah,
I'll take some swag and I'll wear it on the old YouTube.
Yeah.
How about that?
It's only for people here in the 10 o'clock hour.
Wow.
Well done, sir. This alliance is gaining steam. Engineer Design Facilities, sponsor of Doug's Hot Take Mittens. I guess Josh Schertz will have to wear them as well now. So
that's true.
He's replacing Doug. EDF, sponsor of TMA, longtime sponsor of TMA. Do you want to support the EDF group as a sponsor of TMA? It's It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. It comes your way at 10:45. And then BK and Ferrario take over at 11 o'clock. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt answering the phone lines. Brought to you by Collier and Thompson. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Jackson, these are freaky beats. Freaky, freaky, freaky beats. It's TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. I saw people texting in earlier in the program about their enthusiasm for next week's trivia night.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, that they booked their table, tmastl.com. I'm looking forward to it. Martin, you're going to be there. Friday night with the TMA audience and some of the 101 audience, I guess.
That would be interesting.
They're
Separate sides. Like St. Louis, we should keep things segregated. I think that folk over there, I'll walk down.
We'll have one side of the gymnasium
we'll just call it Delmar.
We'll call it the Delmar half-court line.
I'll walk down the middle. Love you both. Love you both. Looking forward to it? Question mark.
I don't know which side of the audience hates me more. What do you think, Chairman Kurt? You're in tune with the social media and the text inbox.
Is mic on?
Am I on? They're both wrong, regardless of which one.
Wow, this alliance is so powerful.
But that's tough.
Martin is obsessed with one guy who keeps texting in. I've read some of his texts before. I go, that guy, I actually am not as freaked out by as some of the TMA people who I can't tell if they want to sleep with me or if they want to kill me.
I'm going to say...
And maybe do one first.
I'm going to write in the Reddit folk, which I think is more of the TMA
Martin,
side.
have you gone to the TMA Reddit page?
I have not. REDDIT?
Jackson found himself, for the 101 listeners who have no idea what we're talking about, there are some people who get really into this show, for lack of a better term, even though they hate it. So therefore, a lot of you 101 people have something in common. And they study the show, I guess, and complain about it. Is that the deal?
Yeah.
Okay. And Jackson was on it, but it got to a point that it was affecting you so much that you deleted the app from your phone?
I still have Reddit. I just don't ever look at that subreddit. It wasn't necessarily that it was like...
Martin, do you follow the Reddits and the subreddits?
There's a subreddit?
So Reddit is the app. If there's different chats on there, different threads or topics, those are called subreddits. So this was a subreddit, and I just had no interest in reading stuff where people, they don't ever have the full picture of stuff. They don't really know.
But see, I'm not mad at people for not knowing everything.
I'm not
you can't
either.
be mad at people for not knowing.
But then building upon the premise that's
part of the deal, though.
I know, but I don't have to look at it.
You know what that is, Jackson? It's the cost of living your dreams.
Absolutely, but I by no means need to look at it because it just doesn't do anything for me.
Because it has no impact and people don't know it. But I can't be mad. I don't know if you want me to out the person who said this to you, because it wouldn't be outing. But you were telling me a story, and this person said, you guys have no idea how much you don't know. And I think once I kind of got on the other side of the desk, so to speak, on things, I'm like...
I don't remember who told me that.
I'll tell you in the break. You probably wouldn't object to even talking about it on the air, but I can't get mad about that. You have a choice. You can fill it in. I guess what frustrated me at times was I would be like, oh, here's the truth, and then people wouldn't believe it. But, who gives a damn? It doesn't matter.
The problem is you can't please everyone. So if we take a call from Cucky or somebody, then...
Is he on hold?
Then a guy is mad that we didn't break down the Blues Fenwick ratings and wants to talk puck possession, okay? So then you come back, and we've got in studio a college basketball coach that could have gone to Louisville and many other places.
Right.
Get back to...
were there complaints about the Shirts interview?
No, but I'm saying...
I was about to say that wouldn't surprise
not at all. People loved it, but I guarantee there are people, sure wish Jackson would have played some drops during that. Like, there's always something to bitch
Thank
about.
you for the delicious fries.
How about that?
I'm saying there's always somebody who's upset. It's my prep sports coverage deal with Fox 2.
Yeah, but those are parents mad their kids didn't get to see their 3-yard carry.
And your dad still writes in about, couldn't you show some of Timmy's grade school clips? And I'm like, well, he didn't.
I did have 6 threes at St. James in April of 1990. 1 quarter, by the way.
Buzz is not happy. TMA is sports washing. Talk ass play. That's from Buzz.
We did with Joey Vitale.
Yeah, was that a blues segment or not really?
Yeah.
People are writing in, I love Joey, and then I would look at it was from a guy named Jeff.
that Joey's cute. Yeah. Who wrote that in? Jeff. TMA is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, and Doug Vaughn is vacationing. He has been replaced by the Billikens head coach, but Doug still was kind enough to tell us about our 101 ESPN and TMA STL app sponsor, and that's Schaefer Door Company.
Doug Vaughn here for Schaefer Door Company. Schaefer Door services all kinds of garage doors, and they do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. I don't have one of those yet, but I need to get it because I had a problem with my 25-year-old garage door. Thought maybe that was going to be the end of this door, but nope. Schaefer Door came out, said you don't need a whole new garage door. You just need a couple of struts. They installed those, and just lickety-split, my garage door was working like brand new. That's how they do it. They can help you if you're just a residential customer or if you run a business, have a warehouse with those big, tall doors. Schaefer is experienced in all types of jobs. The business has multiple family members working there, big enough for any type of job, small enough that you actually get a person on the phone when you call there. They're service techs, not commission-based. They're not going to try to sell you something you don't need. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
From my standpoint, if Arbor Day, who was the 2023 Milagro Tequila Texter of the Year, texts in, he automatically gets red. And he says, can Martin get a cuckold expert booked or give us his definition? He's kind of a one-trick pony with this whole factual sports knowledge shtick he has. That's from Arbor Day.
So Arbor Day would like me to, I'm going to write that down. Arbor Day has requested. Okay,
cuckold expert.
I'm going to try and do that. I've got an event tonight in Perryville with Marshall Falk and,
I saw
and
you
Jackie Smith.
Twitter tweeting about that.
It's the Perry County Foundation. We're going to talk to the high school. It's like a pep rally, and I'm the MC.
How far is that drive?
It's about an hour plus.
You're a good man for doing this stuff.
They called me and said, Marshall requested that you be the MC, which is nice. And I'm trying to get him to do this MAC Rams thing in February, so I can a little quid back
I see what's going on.
But it's pretty cool. Basically, Marshall's going to dress. We're going to have a pep rally. The football teams down there are good.
I can't believe he's doing it.
And
I have to be honest with you. I'm not saying
I don't
that.
think it's for free, but if I had
well, I also think he's probably liquid.
Yeah. He knows somebody down there, like an acquaintance to his foundation or something.
Bless.
So that'll be tonight. And I meant to give a shout out. I don't think it's the same route I'll be taking. But producer Dave, the other night, his daughter, she goes to Missouri State. She's driving down and has a blowout on her tire and calls, is all upset. And Jeff Bernthal is in the room. This story has a lot of layers, I realize.
Jeff Bernthal,
this is
KPLR and KTV.
Starting to have a Butch Patrick theme here. But in the room, producer Dave said, my daughter's on the side of the road. She's in Doolittle, Missouri. And Jeff Bernthal said, I know the sheriff. We've done stories down there. No, the fire chief. Gets him on the phone. The fire chief in Doolittle goes over and helps her with her car and her tire on a random night. And I said, the Doolittle fire chief, which would be a great handle if anybody wants to take it. And he does a lot, ironically. I meant to give him a shout out, and I was thinking about that. I'll be riding. If anybody wants to ride along, Jackie, you want to go with me to Perryville tonight?
Yeah, part of your alliance. You guys can formulate a plan to counter me and Chairman Kurt.
I think I have things.
Oh, Marshall Falk. It's fine.
Jackie
Jackson can't be
Smith.
bothered.
Wow, okay.
What are you going to be watching the Utah game?
Yes. That'll work.
He's watching the Jazz.
Yes.
That's right. Yeah.
Another
Jazz
Utah.
one tonight.
Utah Hockey Club pregame 6 p.m. 101 ESPN. Will Jackson be watching tonight? I'll short the market. You're acting like you might.
Well, there's always a chance. There's always a chance.
Chairman Kurt's shaking it off like Wainwright with a fastball
You never
against
know.
Beltran. He goes,
You
no,
just
I need the
never know.
hook out of here. That's what that was. Good
I'll know
read.
about it.
Send your emails in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. I'm not upset with the content today. I just wish Coach Schertz and maybe Martin would have done the interview topless. That's Alan Dadeville. Was that ever in play?
I don't think it was really in play. Somebody got mad yesterday, and they said, get over and rub your tatas on Jackson. I thought we were talking hardcore sports here. Let's get back to the Fenwick ratings.
Such a deterrent.
Puck possession, you girls. Jeez.
Cowboys front seven.
He's now texting me pictures of John Hadley. What am I going to do? Now my
That's
day
more
is,
horrifying than the penis you saw earlier.
My day is ruined.
Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That comes your way at 10:45. This program is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. I met with Michael last week, and he really does take pride in helping and making sure not only that his customers are taken care of, but how about this? His employees are happy and make a great living. So this is what Michael of Michael's Flooring is doing. He wants to bring on the absolute best. So that's why he is offering carpet installers $7 a square yard in compensation. That's right, $7 a square yard in compensation. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price, and that means the best people, and that's why he is going out his way to hire the best carpet installers at $7 a square yard. That's right, Michael's Flooring, they have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it is now back, and they have so many varieties of all flooring, and they have 3 easy locations to get to in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. So why don't you check them out online? And the website is the following: igotfloored.com. That's Michael's Flooring, $7 a square yard. For those of you who are looking for a career change or to make the change to Michael's Flooring, go to igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. We got Blues hockey action tonight here on 101 ESPN. The first matchup with the Utah Hockey Club. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
All right, I believe we're in segment 10-3, as we call it here on the program, inside the building, inside the studio, keeping track. All right, I think we're kind of caught up.
Yeah, we've done a good job.
Look at that. Pat on the back from Jackson for himself.
Yeah.
Quality program in general.
People are concerned you'll be giving a lot of Billiken updates now in the Sports Center updates.
Yeah, now that you and Coach are bonded.
He's part of the alliance.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah, probably. I'd see they make. Now that I have 4 updates a day, I can really spread my wings.
Yeah, it's what people are tuning in for.
It is. Spreading their wings.
You know, he was really good at his Marshy. His Sports Center updates.
Have you met Andrew Marsh, Martin?
I have not.
Jackson's attracted to him.
Well, I can identify
the other guy, the West End guy.
Eric in the Central West End.
Well, I think
he's a promiscuous guy.
I think there's a difference between
you little reindeer
identifying somebody as attractive and then being attracted to them.
Oh, okay.
So you're attracted to Marsh. You find Eric attractive.
Both would fall into the former category. The latter category, tune in tomorrow.
Oh, we'll find out which guy Jackson's going to date, so this will be popular. How can we further piss off the old 101 audience? Well, the producer is going to start dating.
Yeah.
Dating one of the listeners.
Sure.
You ever text too quickly and you realize you're about to send it to the wrong person? So this morning, somebody followed me on the Twitter X, and the guy's last name is Vaugh. And remember the clip of Doug Vaughn?
Yes.
Where the announcer got his name wrong because there was an N missing on the paperwork. I'm like, who would say Vaughn? It's not a real name. A guy followed me, and his last name is Vaughn.
And then you sent it to me, and I didn't know what the hell was going on in it.
But But
it was just a guy with the name Vaughn.
Well, and we have a TMA group text, but I didn't want to bother Doug because it would have been 4 a.m. in California. So I made it a point. I was sending it to Jackson and Tim, but I typed in Jackson, and then I had Tink Hence, who is the Cardinal pitcher. Because it's like 6:20, 6:30 in the morning. I'm not quite awake. And I realized I'm about to send the card because I had him on the show, and they sent me his number. So he's in my phone. We don't, go back and forth. And
you have takes.
We don't have a subreddit conversation.
What do you think about Boone, Tuckerman, and Cortez?
What do you think about Contreras over at first? Hey, Tink. So he's in my phone. I realize I'm about to send a picture of a guy named Vaughn to Tink Hence and Jackson Burkett.
Oh, okay. I thought you were confusing my name with Tink. I was like, that's not very close. That makes sense.
T-I-M and T-I-N.
That makes sense.
So be careful.
That would have been outstanding.
It would have actually been. It would have warranted a response. You know why he's named Tank? Do you know that story? Listen to you go to the Kilcoyne conversation. Just Google that, and you'll find old episodes out there. It's on Scoops. It's on Spotify, iTunes. He was on the show recently. When he was a little kid, his parents called him a stinker. And then he got older, and they said, we can't call you that. So they just switched it to Tink, and it stuck.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I would have never guessed that was the background.
So I'll text him the picture of the guy named Vaughn and see if he wants to come on the show.
I'm television's own Doug Chandler Hill.
Is that a spot for the
That's
winery?
Actually, one of our listeners. That's actually one of our listeners, Deke Dotem, as a matter of fact.
Oh yeah,
Free Dotem, who created a Doug Vaughn AI, and the name Doug Chandler Hill has nothing to do with the winery.
I think there's a winery called Chandler
I don't know if you ever covered this story on the Two Fox, but Jessica Simpson's father Joe allegedly left his Jessica Simpson's mom for his hairstylist, a gentleman named Bryce Chandler Hill.
Bryce Chandler Hill.
And that's a tough spot.
Is that the Two Fox? You guys have that?
It's a tough conversation
I don't think we got to that. Oh, and I did have a lot of notes for you. There was a Jay Ashcroft answer for you, Tim, that I had. Andy Banker had interviewed Jay Ashcroft and had explained the whole process about whether they can appeal or have a recount on Amendment 2.
Oh, I need to know the answer to this.
Because there is the opposition group, and they can, but it's at their expense. All the legal, if they want to ask for a recount. I guess there's still a...
So it's a recount. It's a recount's different than putting it back on the ballot.
Yes.
Or recall.
I wrote a note to tell you this.
Like the Georgia Senate, or the U.S. Senate in Georgia. That was a big thing.
This is a note from Andy Banker.
Thank you, Andy.
And Jay Ashcroft, Secretary of State, describes the state law. He mentions the statute governing recounts. This one would be eligible because it's within 0.5 of 1% margin. So it's eligible for a recount. Someone involved in campaigning to defeating Amendment 2, would have to request the recount, but it would be at their expense.
What's the going rate for a recount?
I don't know. Jackson, what does a recount cost?
$6.
Thank you very much.
Ashcroft says he does not see this being overturned in a recount. It cannot be requested, however, until the election is certified, which is early to mid-December. So if this opposition group wanted to oppose those results, they couldn't even do it until early to mid-December when the election is certified. So there's a little clarification.
Okay.
So because I think the Cardinals, Blues, and everyone is operating under the premise it passed, which it did, but there is anybody to throw the challenge flag, as it were. If they were to do it, it wouldn't be for
And it was about 7,500 votes.
I think it was less, maybe.
I think 7,000, in between 7 and 7,500.
As the day went on yesterday, it got even narrower.
No way.
I think it was under 4.
I saw it down within like 5,000.
Really?
Yeah.
I think there was a nursing home in Dexter that didn't turn in their ballots, but they didn't do it. So anyway, I seriously thought you would want to know that.
Yeah,
I was talking about people I don't want at my party. That's another example. All right, what do we got going on here, Jackson? James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. He presents the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, on Mondays and Fridays. Jackson, what do you think on Saturday night? You got to play with the spread here. Oklahoma's now giving Missouri points.
Oh,
am I the only one going in the whole state?
Yes. I'm looking forward to watching
James
it.
is going. Coach Carlton's going.
Yeah,
I went to Vanderbilt and Auburn. I feel like I've already won this year. I got great weather and great games.
Yeah.
No, actually, Vanderbilt weather was kind of
It's
crappy.
going to be rainy. Yeah, I'll take the Tigers. I don't like it. I wouldn't touch it.
Chairman Kurt, where are you?
I'm on the Tigers. I have a newfound confidence in the club. I got them winning.
Is that like when I changed?
It's going to hurt our alliance.
Is that like when I changed the
Blind
lead?
loyalty is not something that
I've
the
heard
alliance
rumors
is on
of the
board.
Block M, and that just really triggers a little something that...
Oh, the Block M's making a return?
I've heard
I see
things.
they're going all black on Saturday.
Yeah.
Martin, you like the uniform changes? That gets Doug going. Nothing
I
gets
don't
Doug
really
going
worry
more.
about it. The one I really don't like is the little cartoon tiger.
The sailor.
It feels like a comic strip or
Yeah,
something.
I'm not a fan of it either.
Because even if the idea, and I think Gary Pinkel said, you got to sell these kids on slick, cool stuff. I don't get how the little cartoon guy is going to appeal to younger players. That one I don't get. Who does that one appeal to?
I don't know.
You get the kindergarten kids on board.
Calvin and Hobbes.
Yeah, that's what it kind of looks like.
Yeah.
Good call, buddy.
All black,
Way to
the
end it
alliance.
strong.
Back strong. It's Chairman Stephen Wildwood. Well, anyway, James Carlton is a sponsor.
I was going to say, raise the whiteboard.
Jackson's
Connor
out of all
Stiles,
rails.
raise the board again.
314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. He has 394 five-star reviews. Chairman Stephen Wildwood, Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year.
Wow.
Yeah, so I mean, he's got all kinds of credibility. We've gotten so many damn texts. I got to scroll back here. All right. Chairman Steve says, Martin, play Santa at Joey Vitale's Christmas party. Then dem MILFs load up on the Cosmos and Prosecco and sit on your lap.
So that's an actual decision you make, knowing that result. You know what I think I'll do, if invited, if called to serve? I'll bring Uncle Rich with me, and I think he'll wear a Santa hat and really would look forward to that said result.
When I was the Rush chairman at Sigma Chi, which I think is a new segment in Hoke, in a two-term, as you know, Martin, because you're always really excited about me being two-term. You were consul.
Yeah.
This is all in Hoke all the time on this program, Jackson.
Tom Selleck, John Wayne,
Brad Pitt, University of Missouri.
Yeah.
Rich came out when I was interning for him in '97 at KPLR. Under the guise of helping to recruit the gentleman to the Sigma Chi University of Missouri chapter. However, I think there may have been other motives that I would later learn in the evening. But it was still wonderful to have him on board. And occasionally, when he wasn't talking to the other motives, he would talk to some of the aspiring rushies. And it was wonderful to have Rich Gould serve as my assistant rush chair.
Was that a paid appearance? Some of us go into the grade schools and talk to the kids about being safe at home, and others go down and help recruit co-eds. Yeah, you want to play a little Whale's Tales? Where are you from, young lady? Yeah, you look like you're from Springfield. What is that supposed to mean? I could see Uncle Rick.
You're doing a whole dialogue. You're doing Rich Gould, 1997 at McGurk's.
I got a little fourth-hour brain melt. I got to roll. I got to run out. I got a thing in Perryville tonight. Looking forward to that.
Yeah. If you're in the neighborhood, stop on by.
Stop by? Question mark? No, it's. Have you ever been to the wall? It's a true story. They have that Vietnam replica wall down there. I've done some stories with Jackie Smith. It really is unbelievable. It's an exact replica of the Vietnam Wall, and people will drive, kind of Midwest, instead of making it to D.C., they actually brought the folks out. It's a great story. It's a Vietnam vet from Perryville who lost some of his high school friends in Vietnam and said, one day I'm going to pay tribute. And he made a little bit of money, and he put it all into this memorial. It's a really cool spot, and people will go and visit there. It's in Perryville. It's called America's Wall. But the folks from D.C. came and checked it out and gave it a thumbs up and said, this is unbelievable. It's an exact replica, including some of the soldiers that died. Their names were misspelled on the wall. And when they redid it in Perryville, they misspelled the names, everything. Exact replica. It's a pretty cool, if you've never been, or if you're just driving through 55, a little bit of time to see it. It's a really cool spot.
I did not know.
And that's how I got to know these folks in Perryville. And then all of a sudden, they're friendly with Marshall Faulk. Worlds are colliding.
I am telling you. Well, that's where Martin will be this evening. Jackson will be positioned in front of his television watching the Blues and the Utah Hockey Club. Coming up in the next segment, Jackson and Chairman Kurt and myself will be doing the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And then at 11 o'clock, BK and Ferrario will take over. Martin has things. Martin, we will see you tomorrow. Safe travels to and fro Perryville.
It's a big Friday. Big, you can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, we got a
Strix here, Robert Thomas, Bernie Federko.
It's all happening,
Will
Jackson.
McGee.
All of our friends.
All of the friends of the program. All right, Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. This is the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour on TMA 101 ESPN. The morning after, presented to you by Brown and Croup and Tim McKernan. Down to Jackson Burkett and Chairman Kurt. Dropping like flies.
We got him outnumbered.
Yeah, take that, Jackson.
Pretty strong triarchy, though.
Yeah, I like that.
I'd say.
You're trying to ingratiate yourself to our alliance now that you know you're outnumbered. I've seen this tactic before.
I'll say it again. I got love for everybody, man. We're all on the same team.
What about the Texters?
They play on a different team. But, I like some guys on different teams.
All right, fair enough.
Not others.
We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way. Design Air is online at designairservice.com, official HVAC provider for a number of years here on TMA. Longest running sponsor. I've known Seth Goldcamp for, I believe, like a decade. I've been a client for like a decade. Online at designairservice.com. Yesterday was the first day where I peeked ahead 10 days and I saw temperatures with highs in the 50s. I can't complain, though. I mean, here we are on November 7th, and we've been running good. So no complaints. It's the nature of the beast. That's fine, but make sure that your heating system is ready for the cold weather. Get it taken care of now and make sure that it's ready for the winter. Designairservice.com. Seth Goldcamp, fourth generation, no upselling going on there. That is why TMA listeners have been working with them for a long time. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Ow! Jackson, what are the standings for the month of November?
It's 2-1, and I think Buck Swope has a 1-goal lead.
All right. Rich Gould's appearance on the big program was super entertaining, and it got me thinking. If you radio geniuses followed in his footsteps and become children's authors, what books would you boys write? And I have a few suggestions. Start with a big homage to Rich and write There's a Dirtbag Down There, forward by Big Walt. Modernize a classic title, Horton Hires a Hoe. I'd buy I Love You, Stepdad Bill. And the coming-of-age tale, When a Day Hole Turns into a Night Hole. That's from Brad in Boca.
B&B.
Yeah. Second guest with Boca ties on the program today. Yeah. Josh Schertz being 1. Now Brad in Boca being 2. This show plays well in Boca.
I think actually it's Buck Swope 3, JV Golf Coach 1.
You don't want to get the standings wrong. Buck Swope will come for you.
Either way, I'll get corrected.
Especially with that TMA trivia night coming up.
Shout out Buck Swope.
You're trying to protect yourself against the wrath.
Yeah, well, we got trivia night coming.
An ode to the gatekeeper. Your thin is skin.
Perfect.
As is your hair.
Yeah. Okay,
who is the gatekeeper? We talking
Probably
about?
Me.
You?
If we're talking about, I just context clues.
Okay. Your thin is skin, as is your hair. You haven't slept with a girl, maybe a fella. That's fair. You block my emails as if they're graphic. Have you listened to this show? Most content is sapphic. You have transparent skin and your night hole is Hareth. Now spit some hot takes, not the seed slurped from Gareth. You're a Ledoux elitist with that wants to sound tough and cool, when in reality, when you see a hot man, your mud hole starts to drool. Just kidding, man. You're a cool dude, and my emails can be vulgar to the max. Now, Doug, sit on my face and give me last night's bunny tracks. That's Adam from Lime, a longtime emailer. Oftentimes, though, doesn't get into the filtered file, and today you let him through.
Chairman let him through.
Yeah, I'm the gatekeeper, Adam. Be better.
Sadie Hawkins, Martin. The Cardinals' lame duck GM, who won't let anyone else in the front office talk to the media, announced that the catcher he signed to a 5-year, $87.5 million contract just 2 years ago will be spending the majority of his time next season at first base and designated hitter. No, that's not the lead, because Libby Jack's conscience told him to change his dossier. Meanwhile, in Boston, buddy, your guy, he's getting referred to Buck Swope.
Toucher?
No, not Toucher and Rich. From the Sports Center update, Oklahoma Sooner.
Oh, Buddy Hield.
Yes, Buck Swope. You got to be happy that Buck Swope's on the Buddy Hield reference.
He loves hoops, even though I always get crap for it.
Buddy Hield and the Warriors beat the Celtics 118-112. But I think the lead is that Libby Jack, or should I say Furry Jack, is going to be a slutty reindeer at Joey Vitale's Christmas party. Furry Jack is a man in love, so he won't be firing on any of the billet moms, but you can find him in the corner dancing by himself to Goodbye Horses.
Yeah, tuck.
You know, you talk about the tournament, and you talk about the Billikens who play on Sunday at Chaffetz Arena. And you got head coach Josh Schertz in studio talking about waffle flies. And you talk about Wabi Avila, who wears the sweat specs. and whose shorts compares to Jokic, which gives Furry Jack a waging boner. And you talk about Isaiah Swope, who's going to have to hit his free-flows, especially in their Wode games if they're going to be dancing in Borch. Ours is the type of presentation where a feisty female named Lisa feels free to drop in at any time and hold the lame duck Cardinals GM accountable for hiring a part-time AM radio host with no managerial experience to replace Tony La Russa 13 years ago. I'm not sure what's more shocking, that she was even more fired up than Natty Nate. Don't ask me why they call me Natty. Or that Tim wrapped up the interview without asking if she's ever been with a woman, or if she had any long-winded stories involving Butch Patrick at Wrigley Field. That's from Buck Swope. And finally, let's explore this metaphor that the Cardinals have become the equivalent of a low-powered AM radio station. Minor league development is the equivalent of Pepper and Genie. Lots of ideas, sounds good on paper, but drastically underperformed expectations. Ali Marmol is Jackson Burkett, good in small spurts, but ultimately he's out over his skis due to inexperience and thinning hair. Martin Kilcoyne is Matt Carpenter. He used to be great in his prime, but those days are long gone. KG, Lance Lynn, a feisty pepper pot ready to mix it up at any time. You need someone to sprint room to room answering phones and uploading the podcast like a firefighter looking for a lost cat in a burning building. KG is your guy, and we love him for that. Tim is John Mozeliak, the architect, the mastermind, the brains of the whole thing, but both men are obviously counting down the days until they can leave this hellhole behind as they move to sunny Florida. Doug Vaughn is Michael Gersh. Both guys are total cuties, but are nowhere to be found. That's the JV golf coach, and that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Chairman Kurt, you lead things off.
I like a good metaphor, JV golf coach.
I thought he was really good, but I loved Buck Swope.
Man, you guys do this every day now.
You know the alliance.
They bring in heat. They're bringing heat.
I think it was JV Golf Coach.
There it is.
I thought that was a very well done email. I tip my cap to the JV Golf Coach. Congratulations, JV Golf Coach. All right, BK and Ferrari are up next for the three people left on the show. There's Jackson Burkett. There's Chairman Kurt. Doug Vaughn's vacationing. My brother Kevin. And Martin Kilcoyne. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.